Chapter 721 Wu Jun Chaotic Battle. The reason why the Sky Sword Sect and the Divine Dragon Island captured the young master of the Divine Fist Sect was because the Divine Fist Sect had provoked a very powerful devil-masked man 20 years ago. That man was Zhao Qianjun, who had just come out of the North region. Zhao Qianjun had a demonic temperament. If you treat me twice as well, I'll treat you 10 times better. If you treat me twice as badly, I'll treat you 10,000 times worse. Since the Divine Fist Sect had provoked Zhao Qianjun would not be polite. He decisively killed half of the elders of the Divine Fist Sect. However, for some reason, Zhao Qianjun did not completely destroy the Divine Fist Sect. Instead, he left for the Central Plains. Even so, after that incident, the strength of the Divine Fist Sect had shrunk by half. Elder Niu, who was a third-level martial king at that time, had personally witnessed Xia Zhang's primordial spirit being shattered by Zhao Qianjun. He had almost died. He had never thought that his old rival was still alive and had left him far behind. Hearing this, Xia Zhang also let out a long howl. Divine Dragon Island, you guys didn't expect this, right? In the battle back then, our Divine Fist Gate was actually destroyed and then rebuilt. We have the opportunity to rise again. Cooperating with the Sky Sword Sect was your biggest mistake. Boom! As Xia Zhang spoke, an even more terrifying fist intent smashed down from the sky. The remaining 10 titled martial artists of the Divine Dragon Island, Wu Jun, had their eyes wide open as they fell from the sky. They could not believe that they could not withstand a single fist intent. This was Wu Jun, who was a 10th level martial king, a terrifying existence who was only one step away from becoming a powerful expert. As all the titled martial artists of the Divine Dragon Island died in battle, the remaining martial kings of the Divine Dragon Island and the severely injured Elder Niu all panicked. No, I can't die. I have to find young Master Qin now. Young Master Qin is a disciple of the Sacred Institute. As long as he is willing to protect me, the Divine Fist Sect will not dare to kill me. Elder Niu crawled up from the ground with a face full of fear. He frantically ran towards the courtyard where Yi Fei was. Along the way, in order to escape from Xia Zhang's pursuit, Elder Niu decisively grabbed the martial kings around him and threw them into the sky to block Xia Zhang's 100 steps divine fists. Damn it! Where do you think you're going? Back then, you also killed many of our Divine Fist Sect disciples. Today, leave your life behind. Young Master, follow behind me. After throwing a few punches in the air, Elder Niu cleverly used his subordinates as scapegoats. Xia Zhang was very angry. He moved his feet and was about to kill Elder Niu when he rushed back to the island. Stop! Old Xia Zhang, you dare to kill people on my Divine Dragon Island? You deserve to die. Just as Elder Niu fled back to the island, a terrifying aura that was no weaker than Xia Zhang's suddenly enveloped half of the island. The one who rushed over was a black, clothed old man with the symbol of Divine Dragon Island on his body. Seeing that person, Elder Niu was also happy. It's the seventh elder. The seventh elder actually came personally. Gui Qi, you're actually still alive? Xia Zhang stopped chasing after Elder Niu and looked at the old man in black who was blocking his path with fear. The black-clothed old man was Gui Qi, also the seventh elder of Divine Dragon Island. He was also a 10th stage Wu Jun with a noble status. He had received a message from Elder Niu saying that he had made friends with the disciples of the real martial arts sacred courtyard. Out of curiosity, he planned to come and see the disciples of the sacred courtyard in person. Unexpectedly, he was a little late. Instead of seeing the disciples of the sacred courtyard, he saw Xia Zhang of the Divine Fist Sect killing his subordinates. Gui Qi immediately became angry. His white hair turned dark and gloomy. Xia Zhang, you've come at the right time. Today, I'll kill the young master of your Divine Fist Sect in front of you. Ha ha! If you want to kill my young master, you must have the ability to do so. Young master, stand behind me and don't wander around. After Xia Zhang finished speaking, he started fighting with the angry Gui Qi. The battle between the two 10th stage Wu Juns immediately rolled up, terrifying huge waves hundreds of meters high. They were like huge water mountains, submerging half of the island. Xia Jun hid behind and sighed. It seems that it's not convenient to talk to Brother Qin now. But the battle outside is so fierce. Why hasn't Brother Qin appeared yet? Xia Jun felt a little strange. Elder Niu, who was desperately running back to the island, also felt very strange. They didn't know that the young Master Qin in their eyes was a fake. Yi Fei didn't care how fierce the battle outside was. In Yi Fei's eyes, it was not as important as helping everyone break through to the next realm. The 10th stage heaven-class elixir was indeed powerful. After taking the elixir, Jing Wushou, Shi Feng, and Long Gang all broke through to the invincible Martial King realm with the help of Yi Fei. The rest of the young Martial Kings all reached the peak of the 10th stage Martial King realm. Just as Yi Fei was about to help them break through to the next realm, feeling the intensity of the battle outside, these young Martial Kings stood up and said, "Sacred King Yi, we've already gained a lot by becoming 10th stage Martial Kings. It's not good to stay here for long. Let's take advantage of the chaos outside and escape while Wu Jun is fighting." Yi Fei nodded. He also felt that this was a good opportunity to get everyone out of trouble. If they didn't leave now, they might not get a better chance. Okay, let's go. Yi Fei was also a decisive person. Since he had decided to escape, he immediately opened the door with Jing Wushou and the others. Just as he was about to fight his way out, "Young Master Qin, what are you doing? Didn't you say you were going to search their souls?" When Yi Fei raised his head to take a look, he discovered that it was Elder Niu, who was running over from afar in a sorry state. He happened to see the scene of Yi Fei preparing to flee. Elder Niu subconsciously called out. Hearing his shouts, Yi Fei and Jing Wushou's expressions changed. The eyes of the Beiyang Kingdom warriors behind them suddenly turned red. They pointed at Elder Niu and roared, "Sacred King Yi, it's him. He's the one who ordered our sisters to be humiliated and forced them to commit suicide." What? Not only did the Divine Dragon Island warriors torture Jing Wushou and the others, they even humiliated the sisters who went out to sea and made them commit suicide? Boom! Yi Fei looked at Elder Niu with eyes that were suddenly filled with boundless killing intent. When Elder Niu heard those few martial artists address Yi Fei, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Sacred King Yi? No, you're not a disciple of the sacred institution. So you're Yi Fei, the sacred king of the north who obtained the inheritance of the sacred sect. Elder Niu almost roared. His face was full of anger. This damn brat, he actually pretended to be a disciple of the sacred institution and played them in circles. Yi Fei, where are you going? Elder Niu was very fierce. After all, he was a 6th-stage Wu Jun with a combat power of 1.2 million. Even if he was seriously injured, Elder Niu was very confident that he could keep Yi Fei here. Even if he couldn't, he could delay until the other warriors of the Divine Dragon Island rushed over to help. Chapter 722. Opportunity. The Phoenix Blood Sword's maximum combat strength amplification was around 100,000. If it exceeded this, the Phoenix Blood Sword would not be able to withstand it and would self-destruct. Yi Fei's combat strength had just broken through the 1 million mark. In total, his combat strength was only 1 million. With such combat strength, even if Yi Fei could not win against the heavily injured Elder Niu, he would definitely not lose. However, Yi Fei did not want to win. He wanted to kill him with a single strike. This way, the other Divine Dragon Island martial artists would not have time to react. Therefore, after taking out the Phoenix Blood Sword, Yi Fei did not hesitate to circulate the war god's path, erupting with the power of Azura within his body. Kill! Yi Fei erupted with the power of Azura and waved the Phoenix Blood Sword in his hand. With a single slash, the anger on Elder Niu's face turned into great fear. Pooh! Elder Niu's head was chopped off by Yi Fei's sword. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. Even in his dreams, he could not believe that Yi Fei could kill him with a single slash. The other martial kings of Divine Dragon Island who had rushed over after hearing the news were also shocked. Elder Niu had actually died. He could not even block a single strike from young Master Qin. How was this possible? The young martial kings following Yi Fei were also shocked their eyes wide open. This was the 6th level, titled Wu Jun. Of course, they did not know how terrifying the War God's Path was. The Azura Saint Palace's War God's Path was actually an ancient taboo path. The level Yi Fei cultivated the War God's Path to was the level he could challenge. For example, Yi Fei's War God's Path was at the 2nd level. He was like the ancient 2nd level geniuses, surpassing 2 levels to defeat his opponent. In addition, Yi Fei's combat strength was already in the 1 million mark. Comparable to a 5th level Wu Jun, surpassing 2 levels meant that if Yi Fei erupted with power, he could definitely kill a 7th level Wu Jun. Elder Nyo was only a 6th level Wu Jun. He was also heavily injured. If Yi Fei could not kill Elder Nyo, then he should find a piece of tofu and kill himself. Young Master Qin actually killed Elder Nyo. Spy, he must be a spy. The Isla Master has ordered us not to let these northern region martial artists escape. Boom! Seeing Elder Nyo's head on the ground, the martial kings of the Divine Dragon Island came to their senses. They roared and rushed forward, trying to stop Yi Fei. Kill! Give us back our lives! Jing Wushou, Shifeng, Long Gang, and all the other young martial kings had bloodshot eyes. They were like injured wild beasts, roaring and venting as they fought with the martial kings of the Divine Dragon Island. Kill! Yi Fei's complexion was cold. He raised his sword and chopped the martial kings of the Divine Dragon Island into pieces. He remembered that when Jing Wushou went out to sea, there were a total of 100 people on the same boat. Among them, there were 10 female martial kings. But now, apart from Jing Wushou and the other 30 people who survived until Yi Fei's rescue, the rest died in the outer sea as soon as they left the northern region. The most miserable ones were the 10 female martial kings. Before they died, they suffered great humiliation. This was a debt of blood. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Divine Dragon Island, just you wait. I will not let you live for too long. Senior Brother Jing, Shifeng, go and seize the ship. Long Gang, bring the others and search the corpses of these martial kings. They must have the correct sea map to the central province. Yes. No one questioned Yi Fei's orders. At this moment, Yi Fei was their leader. Jing Wushou quickly killed his way to the place where the ship was docked. As for Long Gang, he led his men to collect the spatial rings of the dead martial kings and took them all away. Anyone who comes close will die. Yi Fei held the Phoenix blood sword and stood alone in the middle of the corpses. He alone intimidated the hundreds of martial kings on the island into not daring to come close. Anyone who came close became a ghost under Yi Fei's sword. What's going on? Isn't this brat a disciple of the Holy Institute? He actually helped those northern region cultivators to kill my Divine Dragon Island's disciples. Damn it. No matter who you are, you must pay the price for daring to injure my Divine Dragon Island's disciples. Gui Qi was worthy of being a ranked elder of Divine Dragon Island. While he was fighting with Xia Zheng, he still had scruples about the situation on the island. When he saw that Yi Fei not only slaughtered the Divine Dragon Island's disciples, but also wanted to escape with all the northern region cultivators, Gui Qi was finally enraged. 10th layer Wu Jun's terrifying battle strength completely erupted. It formed a terrifying true essence palm that was more terrifying than a mountain range and ruthlessly slapped at Yi Fei. Boom! Even the island could not withstand this terrifying power. Countless cracks appeared on it. The martial kings on the island, regardless of friend or foe, were all seriously injured and vomited blood under the pressure of this palm. They lay on the ground, unable to move. 10th layer Wu Jun's attack is indeed terrifying. Yi Fei also suffered a certain degree of impact. A trace of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth, but he did not fall down. He still straightened his body, ready to meet the falling palm head-on. If he did not meet it head-on, there was no other way. Once this giant palm fell, except for Yi Fei, all the martial kings present, including Jing Wushou, Shifeng, and Long Gang, would die. Fight! Yi Fei clenched his teeth. His body began to emit a blazing golden light. It was also this golden light that attracted the attention of Xia Jun, who was hiding behind Xia Zheng. "Hey, it's Brother Qin. Uncle Xia, quickly protect Brother Qin. He's a good friend who shares the same ideals as me." Xia Jun hurriedly shouted. Hearing this, even though Yi Fei had activated the battle demon golden body, he still felt that he had suffered a great deal of damage. Who the hell would be like-minded with you? No, I'm not that kind of person at all. Xia Jun's reminder quickly took effect. Xia Zheng, who was still fighting with Gui Qi, let out a long howl and suddenly found the time to throw a punch downwards. A wave of fist energy formed into a giant wave. It actually arrived first, smashing Gui Qi's giant palm into pieces. Naturally, it was unable to harm Yi Fei. "Ah, old man Xia Zheng, are you really going to oppose me to the end?" Gui Qi immediately went crazy. His terrifying palms struck forward one after another, forming layers of icebergs that pushed forward. "Haha, Gui Qi, is this all you've got? So what if I'm going to oppose you?" 100 Steps Divine Fist. Rumble. Xia Zheng's fist intent also erupted at this moment. Fist shadows spread out in the sky like ripples, shattering all the icebergs that came into contact with the ripples. The 2/10th layer Wu Jun once again engaged in a chaotic battle. Neither of them could pay attention to Yi Fei below. Yi Fei's eyes lit up. Now's the best chance to escape. "Senior Brother Jing, hurry up and leave." "Yi Fei, you're not coming with us?" Jing Wushou was stunned. I still have something to do." A strange smile flashed across Yi Fei's face. It turned out that just as he was about to leave, Xiao Qiao suddenly screamed and jumped into Beastmark space. It even used its little hand to draw a very big circle with great effort. Yi Fei knew that whenever Xiao Qiao was this excited, it must be because there was a very big treasure nearby. In any case, a battle between 10th level martial lords will take a very long time to determine the victor. In this period of time, why don't we go all the way and take the chance to rob them? It can be considered as making up for Senior Jing and the others' losses. Yi Fei secretly calculated. After Jing Wushou and the others successfully escaped from the island, he turned around and directly tore open the void and appeared in the courtyard from before. Chapter 723. A windfall returning to the courtyard where the battle had taken place. Elder Nio's head was still on the ground with his eyes wide open. There was also a circle of dead Divine Dragon Island cultivators around him. Due to the escape of Jing Wushou and the others, as well as the terrifying battle of the 10th layer Wu Jun in the sky, there was no one left alive in the courtyard. The Divine Dragon Island cultivators were either killed by Yi Fei or trembling under the might of the 10th layer Wu Jun. In the middle of the battle, Xia Zheng had deliberately released the might of his 10th layer Wu Jun to the maximum. This kind of might not be able to affect his old opponent, Gui Qi. However, to the martial kings of Divine Dragon Island, it was a nightmare. Under this formless pressure, most of the martial kings of Divine Dragon Island were unable to even stand up, much less chase after Jing Wushou and the others who had escaped. At this time, no one would run to the inner courtyard to check if there were any spies. It seems like Xia Jun is a pretty good person. If I meet him in the future, I will have to thank him. Yi Fei nodded inwardly. He knew that this time, if he had not coincidentally encountered the 2/10th layer Wu Jun and had Xia Jun put in a good word for him, he would not have been able to escape with Jing Wushou and the others so easily. Of course, the most important thing now was to quickly find the treasure that Xiao Qiao had discovered. Yi Fei quickly pulled off the clothes of the dead Divine Dragon Island's martial king and wore them on his body. Then, he removed the effects of the transformation pill. Yi Fei had already returned to his original appearance. Furthermore, he had transformed into a disciple of the Divine Dragon Island. "Xiao Qiao, how far are we from the treasure that you discovered?" Yi Fei asked Xiao Qiao in a low voice as he walked out of the courtyard. Xiao Qiao excitedly appeared on Yi Fei's shoulder. He used his little hand to point at the core area of Divine Dragon Island. Clearly, there was some kind of treasure that attracted Xiao Qiao. Yi Fei's eyes immediately lit up. In the sky, the battle between the two 10th stage Wu Jun had also reached its climax. Neither of them could divert their attention to the situation on the island. At this moment, the countless martial kings lying on the ground stood up with faces full of fear. Who is it? In the core region of Divine Dragon Island, a few martial kings had just stood up when they suddenly saw a figure rushing straight to the treasure trove. They subconsciously shouted, but when they saw that Yi Fei was one of their own, they relaxed a little. The leader of the group, King Wu, pointed at Yi Fei and cursed angrily. "Bastard, who allowed you outer disciples to approach the treasury? Hurry up and scram. Chase after the fleeing northern region marshal." That's not right. You're not one of us. You're a spy." In the end, he was not a martial artist from Divine Dragon Island. Even though Yi Fei was wearing Divine Dragon Island's clothes, this martial king was still able to see through his disguise. That was because the Phoenix blood sword in Yi Fei's hand was too eye-catching. Soon after, that martial king saw a terrifying flame rushing towards him. Pitifully, they had just dodged the pressure of the 10th stage Wu Jun when they were engulfed by the boundless divine flames of the Phoenix blood sword. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for joining Divine Dragon Island. Blame yourselves for having ulterior motives towards our northern region. Yi Fei indifferently walked past the charred corpses on the ground. Bang! The heavy, fine iron door of the treasure trove, along with the array on it, were all shattered by a single punch. Then, Yi Fei rushed in. Just by looking at the things inside, his eyes were as round as Xiao Chao's. The only difference was that Xiao Chao was forcefully swallowing his saliva. There were simply too many delicious spirit stones in this treasure trove. Moreover, they were not low-grade spirit stones. All of them were middle-grade spirit stones. Yi Fei even found a lot of upper-grade spirit stones. This is just a branch of Divine Dragon Island. Unexpectedly, it has accumulated so many spirit stones. Just upper-grade spirit stones alone, there are no less than 10,000 pieces. As for middle-grade spirit stones, there are no less than 500,000 pieces. Yi Fei looked at the spirit stones piled up like a mountain in front of him. His mood was undoubtedly complicated. Just a small branch island had so many spirit stones. If one did not leave the northern region, one would not know how powerful these forces in the outer sea were. Sure enough, it's a windfall. With these spirit stones, it seems that I can continue to improve my strength very quickly. Yi Fei rushed forward and collected all the spirit stones in one go. Among them, 500,000 middle-grade spirit stones were all given by Yi Fei to Xiao Chao as snacks. Xiao Chao was so happy that she clapped her hands and jumped up. In the future, she would not have to worry about being hungry. Yi Fei did not feel that there was anything wrong with giving all the middle-grade spirit stones to Xiao Chao. After all, Yi Fei had kept all the upper-grade spirit stones for himself, and one upper-grade spirit stone was worth 100 middle-grade spirit stones. 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones were worth 1 million middle-grade spirit stones. The harvest this time was so big that even Yi Fei was a little shocked. He did not notice that when he put away the spirit stones. The battle in the sky had already ended. Both of them were 10th-stage Wu Jun Xiazheng and Gue Qi could not defeat each other. In addition, they both thought that Yi Fei had already fled with the warriors of the northern region. Therefore, after fighting for a while, Xiazheng was worried that other Wu Juns would come from Divine Dragon Island. Ignoring Xia Jun's objection, he forcibly brought him back to the headquarters of the Divine Fist sect. Gue Qi's face was also gloomy. When he landed on the island and was about to count the losses, he suddenly sensed that the island's treasury had been broken into. He vaguely saw an unknown Divine Dragon Island disciple looting the treasury. Gue Qi, who was already burning with anger, was so angry that the veins on his forehead were about to burst. "You're courting death. How dare you take advantage of the chaos to steal the treasures? Die." 10th stage Wu Jun's power erupted again, forming a mountain-like giant palm, quickly grabbing at Yi Fei, who was in the treasury. Yi Fei looked regretfully at the other side of the treasury, at the mountain of top-grade elixirs. Unfortunately, there's no time to collect them. Forget it. Anyway, it's a windfall. It's good enough that I can make a fortune. The current me is no match for 10th stage Wu Jun Rip. Without waiting for the giant palm outside to grab him, Yi Fei tore the void and prepared to leave. That seems to be the Great Void Steps. Could it be that this person is from the Shan clan of the Central Province? Impossible. The Shan clan has always been neutral and even cooperated with our divine Dragon Island. They have no reason to target us and cut off their own source of wealth. Who are you, and how did you learn the Great Void Steps? Guiqi's face was full of anger. The giant palm that was about to strike down grabbed at the air, forming a strange force that imprisoned the surrounding void. Yi Fei's face changed. He had underestimated 10th stage Wu Jun's power. He could even directly imprison the void. Sure enough, the Great Void Steps that Shanglua taught me is not complete. Fortunately, I have a stronger life-saving method. 100 miles in an instant. Boom! The imprisoned void suddenly exploded. Under Guiqi's gaze, Yi Fei turned into a ball of flowing light, like a ray of light. In the blink of an eye, he was already 100 miles away. Chapter 724. Decisions. Yi Fei, who had already left, did not know that Guiqi had accidentally discovered Yi Fei's true identity because of his secret technique. After his anger, Guiqi did not even bother to chase after Yi Fei or clean up the mess on the island. He flew into the sky with an ecstatic expression and returned to the real divine Dragon Island. Haha, the rumors are true. That kid's secret technique is amazing. It must be one of the inheritances of the ancient sage sect. If our divine Dragon Island can obtain the inheritance of the ancient sage sect, it will only be a matter of time before we unify the chaotic ocean. Why was the Middle States Saint Institute so powerful? Why was it that any random disciple of the Saint Institute could do whatever he wanted in the chaotic ocean? No matter how arrogant he was, no one would find anything wrong with it. It was because all the Saint Institutes in the Middle State had the inheritances of the ancient sage sect. Therefore, even if the sage sect no longer existed, the Saint Institutes with the inheritances were still extremely terrifying. Any one of them could directly destroy the chaotic ocean. This was also why the chaotic ocean, which was closest to the northern region, was stirred up when they heard that there was an inheritor of the ancient sage sect in the northern region. The Sky Sword sect and Divine Dragon Island even joined forces to seal off the entire chaotic ocean in order to capture Yi Fei. If the Divine Fist sect had not suffered a great loss at the hands of Zhao Qianjun and knew that the warriors of the northern region were not to be trifled with, once the three strongest forces in the chaotic ocean joined forces, Yi Fei and the warriors of the northern region would definitely not be able to escape. Boom! 100 miles away, a young man wearing the uniform of Divine Dragon Island appeared on the surface of the ocean. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed the vast ocean. Suddenly, the young man identified a direction and performed the 100 miles in an instant again. If the old man guarding the tomb saw this scene, he would definitely point at Yi Fei's nose and scold him. One should know that the 100 miles in an instant was a super secret technique that specialized in escaping. The side effect of such a secret technique was also huge. As long as it was performed once, the warrior's primordial spirit would immediately be exhausted and would not be able to recover for a long time. If it was another Wu Jun using this secret technique, his primordial spirit would have been exhausted like a dead dog. However, Yi Fei had 12 primordial spirits in his primordial spirit. With one primordial spirit withered, the other 11 primordial spirits were still alive and kicking. This did not affect Yi Fei at all. Hence, Yi Fei immediately followed up with another secret technique after the first one. Even the gravekeeper old man was speechless at such a scene. Even the great monarch Wang Qing was about to cry. He had created a secret technique for escaping, but Yi Fei had treated it as a secret technique for traveling. After using 2 secret techniques in a row, Yi Fei finally caught up with Jing Wushou and the others. It turned out that during the time they were tortured on Divine Dragon Island, everyone had more or less developed a shadow in their hearts. Now that they had escaped, everyone unleashed their full potential. In one breath, they sailed the warship more than 200 li away before stopping to wait for Yi Fei. Junior brother Yi. Yi Fei. It's sacred King Yi. Even though they addressed him differently, when they saw that Yi Fei had really rushed over unscathed, Jing Wushou and the others relaxed and gathered around him. They caught up with each other for a while. Jing Wushou suddenly asked, "Junior brother Yi, what do you think we should do now? When we were imprisoned, I heard that the entire chaotic ocean had been sealed off by the Sky Sword Sect and Divine Dragon Island. Although the Divine Fist Sect did not participate in dealing with us, under the pressure of the Sky Sword Sect and Divine Dragon Island, they have also sealed off the sea area under their control, prohibiting any ships from passing through." Hearing this news, Yi Fei frowned. Only now did he know how determined the Sky Sword Sect and Divine Dragon Island were to capture him. One must know that the chaotic ocean was extremely vast. To seal off such a sea area, the manpower and material resources that would be wasted would definitely be an astronomical figure. What should we do now? The three major sects all have 10th Heaven Wu Jun. If they are really determined to capture me, I definitely won't be able to escape with senior brother Jing and the others, let alone rush to the middle state. Should we bring some people to the Divine Fist Sect? Yi Fei pondered. Soon, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although I have a good relationship with Xia Jun, the Divine Fist Sect is still a force in the outer sea. The reason why they didn't do anything to us is that they have suffered a great loss in the hands of Zhao Qianjun and are a little afraid of him. Now that I don't have any strength, if I take the initiative to go, wouldn't I be like a lamb in a tiger's den? At the very least, before I have enough strength to protect everyone, I can't rashly go to the Divine Fist Sect. But if I don't go to the Divine Fist Sect, where should I go to avoid the pursuit of the Sky Sword Sect and Divine Dragon Island? Not only Yi Fei was thinking about this question, but Jing Wushou and the others were also thinking about it. All right, I thought of something that might be helpful for everyone to escape. At this time, Shifeng, who was relatively silent, suddenly thought of something. Long Gang and the others quickly looked at Shifeng. Shifeng, did you think a good idea? I don't know if it's a good idea or not, but do you remember that when we were caught by the Divine Dragon Island, there was another group of warriors who were also caught by the Divine Dragon Island? I thought they were also warriors of the northern region, so I secretly chatted with them. Shifeng reminded them. A few of the northern region warriors also came to their senses and nodded repeatedly. There was indeed such a group of people. According to them, they were all rogue cultivators of the chaotic sea. They were caught by the Divine Dragon Island to do manual labor, so they weren't tortured. They were sent to the mine a month earlier than us. Rogue cultivators? Yi Fei's eyes lit up. He didn't have the strength to fight against the three major sects, but if he faced some rogue cultivators, he still had a great advantage. Then do you know where this group of rogue cultivators usually gather? Jing Wushou couldn't help but interrupt. He, Shifeng, Long Gang, and the others were the strongest, but they were also the most severely tortured. They didn't have the mood to pay attention to the situation around them. On the other hand, these ordinary northern region warriors were weak and didn't receive much attention from the Divine Dragon Island. They had the opportunity to exchange a few words with the captured rogue cultivators. Hearing Jing Wushou's words, these people began to try hard to recall. However, because it had been too long and they were just chatting, their memories were very vague. In the end, a young man in yellow slapped his head hard. I remember now. They seemed to have mentioned that they came from some sea where a large number of rogue cultivators gathered. An island where a large number of rogue cultivators gathered. Yi Fei's eyes became even brighter. This was a good choice to hide everyone. No matter where it was, rogue cultivators were the most numerous group, and they were the most suitable for hiding. Quick, take out the sea map. Yi Fei ordered. The chaotic sea was even larger than the northern region. Without the sea map, it was difficult to move around here. This was also the reason why Yi Fei had to kill the Divine Dragon Island warriors on the island and make sure that they brought the spatial rings with them. Sacred King Yi, the sea map has been found. As expected, the warriors of the Divine Dragon Island carried the sea map with them. Moreover, the stronger the person was, the more detailed the sea map they carried with them. Chapter 725. Sea of Stars. Yi Fei, are we really going to the Sea of Stars? What if we're not welcome there? Long Gang asked. It wasn't just Long Gang. The others felt the same. After all, in the northern region, even if they weren't proud sons of heaven, they were still the most dazzling geniuses. They either came from powerful families or had powerful backers. Independent cultivators had nothing and were looked down upon the most in the northern region. Now that they were suddenly going to become independent cultivators, they naturally felt uncomfortable. Yi Fei couldn't help but sigh. He shook his head and said, "You have to remember that there's always someone better than you. Never underestimate anyone. It's better to bully an old man than a poor young man. Independent cultivators are weak, but that doesn't mean there's no earth-shattering powerhouse among them. Don't forget that, strictly speaking, the evil Sword King Zhao Qianjun is also an independent cultivator." Zhao Qianjun? Many warriors of the northern region were stunned. Clearly, they didn't know who Yi Fei was talking about. Only Jing Wushou and Shi Feng, who were both from the Taishan Holy Land and close to the Zhao Kingdom, knew who Zhao Qianjun was. Zhao Qianjun, the strongest evil cultivator in the Zhao Kingdom. It said that he once slaughtered an army of 100,000, shocking the entire Zhao Kingdom. However, didn't he commit suicide later? Why are you mentioning him, junior brother Yi? Jing Wushou and Shi Feng were puzzled. Yi Fei smiled slightly. Senior brother Jing, Zhao Qianjun isn't dead. Do you know the famous ghost-faced evil cultivator in the northern region? Ghost-faced evil cultivator? The mysterious evil cultivator who defeated the leader of the evil cultivators in the northern region. Old man Xinyan? Is he Zhao Qianjun? Many people were shocked. They might not know Zhao Qianjun, but the ghost-faced evil cultivator in the northern region was a terrifying existence that made many Wu Jun pale. Jing Wushou was even more shocked. Zhao Qianjun and the ghost-faced evil cultivator are the same person. He's not dead. Not only is he not dead, Zhao Qianjun has already gone to the middle ground and become the heavenly Grandmaster Great Sage. Yi Fei dropped another bombshell. Through this matter, Yi Fei wanted to tell everyone that even the weakest warrior had the possibility of becoming a powerhouse. Upon hearing Yi Fei's words, everyone was shocked and fell into deep thought. No one objected to heading to Cluster Star Island anymore. Strictly speaking, the moment they left the northern domain, everyone, including Yi Fei, had become rogue cultivators. This was also the reason why Yi Fei wanted to go to Cluster Star Island. When they got close to Cluster Star Island, Yi Fei directly abandoned Divine Dragon Island's ship and flew with Jing Wushou and the others. From afar, Yi Fei could already see the densely packed islands of various sizes. They were like stars in the sky. However, these islands were very small. The largest one was not even half the size of the Divine Dragon Island. Perhaps this was the reason why the three great sects did not occupy this place. Halt! Who are you? How dare you approach our Cluster Star Island? They were somewhat surprised that there were guards on Cluster Star Island. They immediately stopped Yi Fei and the others. Yi Fei's face was filled with surprise. He quickly made up an identity and said, "Big brother, we are all rogue cultivators. We can't survive in other places, so we can only come here to beg for a living." "You are also rogue cultivators?" Behind the guards, more than 10 cultivators walked out. The one in the lead was a one-eyed cultivator. He looked very ferocious, but there was no killing intent. After seeing that apart from Yi Fei, who was a first-layer Wu Jun, the others were all 10th-layer martial kings, the one-eyed cultivator relaxed slightly. He said, "Since you are all rogue cultivators, our Cluster Star Island naturally welcomes you. However, to prevent spies from sneaking in, we have to verify your identities. Are you willing to do so?" "We still have to verify our identities? Aren't we rogue cultivators? Why do we have to do this?" Jing Wushou interrupted. The one-eyed cultivator glared at him unhappily and said, "Who says we rogue cultivators don't have rules? Let me tell you, where there are people, there are forces. It's the same for rogue cultivators. If you want to enter our Cluster Star stronghold, everyone has to verify their identities. If you think it's too troublesome, you can go to the Cluster Star stronghold opposite. It's a foul place, and they accept anyone." Only then did Yi Fei realize that he had underestimated the rogue cultivators outside. It seemed that the cluster star stronghold was actually divided into different factions. However, since they were already here, Yi Fei wasn't afraid of verifying their identities. He secretly gave Jing Wushou a look, then nodded at the one-eyed cultivator and said, "Okay, we are willing to verify your identities." "Humph, that's more like it. Come with me." With that, he waved his hand, and the guards surrounded Yi Fei and the others. They half escorted Yi Fei to the outermost island of the cluster star stronghold. There was nothing on the island except for a huge mirror. The one-eyed cultivator didn't wait for Yi Fei to ask. He pointed at the mirror and said, "That is the self-examination mirror that our master personally refined. As long as you have a guilty conscience or intend to harm our cluster star stronghold, the mirror will react. Now, you can walk in front of the mirror." "I see. It seems that the cluster star stronghold's master is quite a character." Yi Fei nodded and immediately walked over. In any case, he wasn't afraid of a crooked shadow. Then, Jing Wushou and the others also walked over. The self-examination mirror didn't react. The one-eyed cultivator stared at the mirror, and a smile appeared on his cold face. He took the initiative to walk over and apologize to Yi Fei. "Brothers, I'm sorry. This is the rule of our cluster star stronghold. Anyone who joins must abide by it." "It's fine. Being stricter will ensure everyone's safety," Yi Fei said with a smile. "Ah, brother, you are the most reasonable. In the future, if anyone bullies you here, just say my name and they will give you some face." "That's right. Welcome, brothers, to our cluster star stronghold." The one-eyed cultivator rubbed his head and spoke to Jing Wushou and the others. Yi Fei nodded secretly. He could tell that this one-eyed cultivator was the kind of person who looked disgusting but kind. After exchanging names and receiving the identity token that belonged to rogue cultivators, Yi Fei took the opportunity to ask, "Brother One-Eyed, our cluster star stronghold screening is so strict. After joining, we should have some benefits, right?" "Benefits? Of course there are. Do you see those islands? They're all high-grade farmlands. You can join them and set up residences there. You can even get a few acres of land to plant spirit herbs and spirit grains in exchange for cultivation resources." One-Eyed enthusiastically pointed at the several mu of spirit fields and boasted, "Brother Yi, look, that is the island that I am farming. There are many fields on it, but it's a pity that I don't have enough manpower. If Brother Yi is interested, I can share half of the fields with you. Everyone can farm together and be neighbors." One-eyed cultivator saw that Yi Fei had the strength of Wu Jun's first layer and wanted to befriend him. However, Yi Fei only wanted to curse at One-Eye's warm invitation. "Damn, these rogue cultivators from the Cluster Star Islands are too miserable. A martial king expert was actually hiding here to farm. If he wasn't sure that One-Eyed was also Wu Jun's first layer, he would have suspected that he had mistakenly walked into a mortal village." Chapter 726. Do something big. Seeing the awkward expression on Yi Fei and the people behind him, One-Eyed smiled and earnestly advised, "Brothers, if you think that farming is a grievance for all your cultivation base, then you are gravely mistaken. In fact, farming is the best way out for us rogue cultivators." Jing Wushou and the others remained silent, but their faces were dark. Yi Fei also looked at the rogue cultivators who were happily farming on the island in a daze. Many of them were martial king realm experts. If they were in the northern region, they would be monarchs. But now, they were happily farming here? Not to mention Jing Wushou and the others. Even Yi Fei found it hard to understand. Is it hard to understand? That's because you haven't stayed in the chaotic ocean for long. You don't know how dark it is. There are no rules in the chaotic ocean. Even if there are rules, there is only one, and that is the law of the jungle. One-Eyed pointed at his eye and recalled, "In the chaotic ocean, there are only two ways to survive: kill or be killed. I once saw it with my own eyes. Because a rogue cultivator accidentally provoked an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, that elder ordered the slaughter of that rogue cultivator's entire family. Even a newborn baby wasn't spared. I merely glanced at it for a moment, and I lost an eye. Do you know why? Why? Jing Wushou asked curiously. One-Eyed looked at Jing Wushou and revealed a sinister smile. Because we are rogue cultivators who have no one to rely on. To the three major forces, we are like ants on the ground. As long as they don't like us, they can kill us for fun. Do all of you know that in the chaotic ocean, when the people of many great powers are lacking in manpower, they will capture rogue cultivators to act as laborers and provide them with free services for tens or even hundreds of years. There are some who are even more despicable. They will even capture rogue cultivators they encounter and throw them into the beast battle arena to fight the fierce beasts within, or even kill each other, just for the sake of some bored people to enjoy. At this point, the one-eyed man did not intend to continue speaking. He only glanced at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Therefore, us rogue cultivators who have no one to rely on should not have any extravagant hopes of martial arts. Honestly, farming for the rest of our lives in exchange for cultivation resources is also a way of survival." These words silenced Jing Wushou and the others. Anyone who was able to reach the martial king level had a firm martial heart, who would be willing to stay here and farm for the rest of their lives, just like One-Eyed had said. At the very least, Yi Fei would not give up just like that. At the same time, he keenly noticed a few weaknesses in One-Eyed's words. Yi Fei said solemnly, "Big brother One-Eyed, since the chaotic sea is so dangerous, why are you still staying here? Could it be that your cultivation is all from farming?" Shua. Yi Fei's words immediately shook the spirits of Jing Wushou and the others, and they quickly broke free from the shock and trough. They didn't believe that Wu Jun could become a title battle pet warrior just by farming. After all, warriors had to fight and learn to advance to the next rank. Tranquility was not the path of martial arts. Fighting against the heavens, fighting against the earth, and fighting against people. This was the way of a martial artist, and also the way of battle. As long as one's fighting spirit remained, one's martial spirit would never perish. This was the path of martial arts. This was what a martial artist was. Yi Fei looked at One-Eyed seriously. One-Eyed also looked at Yi Fei seriously. "It seems that you're not willing to give up? Big brother One-Eyed, are you willing to give up?" Yi Fei asked. "Ha ha, well said. Brother Yi, since you are not willing to give up, do you dare to join us and do something big?" One-Eyed suddenly asked. Yi Fei was stunned. "How big?" "Hee hee, I can't tell you now. I'll give you 3 months to think about it. After 3 months, you can decide whether you want to stay on the island and farm or risk your life if you're not willing to give up." The One-Eyed gave Yi Fei a meaningful glance, then turned around and left. Originally, as a newcomer, he should not have directly invited Yi Fei. However, seeing that Yi Fei had the strength of a first-level martial lord, he made an exception and said so much. In the end, Yi Fei and the others were arranged to stay on an uninhabited island. There were many cultivated fields on the island. However, no one was interested in going over to take a look. After learning about the cruelty of the chaotic ocean and the vile situation of loose cultivators, be it Yi Fei or the others, there was only one thought in their minds, and that was to work even harder on their cultivation. "I didn't enter the path of martial arts to pursue farming, but to obtain the power to protect my family Yi. I want to protect Xiao Qiao, I want to protect my sister, and I want to protect my family. I have too many things that I need to protect, so I must fight." Yi Fei walked into the small wooden house assigned to him and sat down cross-legged. Then he took out the 10,000 pieces of high-grade spirit stones and quickly absorbed them. The spiritual energy contained in high-grade spirit stones was one level higher than that of middle-grade spirit stones. Although there were only 10,000 pieces, Yi Fei felt more comfortable than if he had absorbed 1,000,000 middle-grade spirit stones. With the support of this spiritual energy, Yi Fei's 2 exhausted primordial spirits began to recover rapidly. Finally, when the 12 primordial spirits were full, Yi Fei felt a terrifying power erupt in his body. "Wu Jun's LV2, I finally reached it. However, the 10,000 pieces of high-grade spirit stones have all been used up." Yi Fei was a little depressed. One had to know that these were high-grade spirit stones, which were equivalent to 1,000,000 middle-grade spirit stones. The energy contained in them was enough for many Wu Jun to break through several realms. However, Yi Fei had only broken through one realm, and the spirit stones were already insufficient. Is it because I have 12 primordial spirits, so the energy I need to break through is 12 times more than others? Yi Fei finally realized that having too many primordial spirits was a very troublesome thing. He needed 10,000 pieces of high-grade spirit stones just to break through the first realm. What about the second and third realms? Would the amount of high-grade spirit stones needed be hundreds of thousands or hundreds of thousands? Such a huge amount of spirit stones was definitely an astronomical figure. Yi Fei estimated that unless he really had the ability to destroy the Divine Dragon Island or the Sky Sword sect, it would be impossible for him to gather such a large amount of spirit stones. The most important thing was that Xiao Chao, who was hiding in the space of the beast mark, was a big eater of spirit stones. Xiao Chao seemed to have noticed Yi Fei's complaint. He ate the spirit stones beside him like biscuits, and his little face also looked distressed. It seemed that he was a little hungry again. Spirit stones. Where are the spirit stones? Damn it, if I had known this would happen, I would have collected more spirit stones when I was on the Divine Dragon Island. When others broke through realms, they would be overjoyed. For example, many of the warriors of the northern region who were rescued by Yi Fei had broken through the limit of the LV-10 Martial King realm and stepped into the invincible realm under the great pressure of being a rogue cultivator. However, Yi Fei's face was gloomy all day after breaking through realms. Many people did not dare to talk to Yi Fei. Chapter 727. Joining the gang. Haha, how is it, brother Yi? Are you used to farming on a deserted island? The one-eyed man joked as soon as he came over. Yi Fei pointed at himself gloomily and said, "Big brother one-eyed, do I look like I'm going to retire?" Boom. Yi Fei very straightforwardly released his strength as a second-level martial lord. Through the observation of the past 3 months, Yi Fei already discovered that the strength of the Star Cluster stronghold was very powerful. It was not at all inferior to the branch islands of the Divine Dragon Island. The one-eyed man wasn't the only Wu Jun expert inside. Yi Fei could sense that there were more than 20 Wu Jun auras. Such a large number of Wu Jun auras couldn't be obtained just by planting some spirit grains. It was obvious that the 3-month time limit given by the one-eyed man was a test. Now that the one-eyed man had rushed over as soon as the 3-month time limit was over, it further proved Yi Fei's judgment. The Stellar Stockade, or rather, these rogue cultivators, definitely had other ways to obtain spirit stones. However, this method was very dangerous and had very strict requirements. That was why the one-eyed man had given him 3 months as a test. What? Wu Jun's second layer. Brother Yi, you are indeed extraordinary. It seems that farming and retirement doesn't suit you. Are you interested in going on an adventure with us? The one-eyed man was shocked when he realized that Yi Fei had broken through to Wu Jun's second layer in just 3 months. Of course, if Yi Fei had told the one-eyed man that he had 12 primordial spirits in his body, the one-eyed man would have fainted from fright. Yi Fei didn't say much. He just nodded and said, "I'm interested as long as I can obtain a large number of spirit stones. But what is it exactly?" This is a secret among us rogue cultivators. However, since Brother Yi has joined us and passed the 3-month test, there's no harm in telling you. You also know that we rogue cultivators have no one to rely on. All the resources in the chaotic ocean are firmly controlled by the 3 great sects and other forces. When he spoke up to here, a wisp of a ferocious light flashed in one-eyed's eyes. What's even worse is that they've even made a rule that once a rogue cultivator approaches those places, he or she will die even if he or she tramples on a single blade of grass or tree. Since they don't want to give us a way out, then don't blame us for taking the risk. Big brother one-eyed, do you mean that we're going to snatch the resources of the 3 great sects? Yi Fei was very surprised that this group of rogue cultivators had such guts. However, the forces from the chaotic ocean city had gone overboard. They had actually seized all the resources there. It was no wonder the loose cultivators would end up like this. Since the three great sects could capture rogue cultivators as free labor, the rogue cultivators could also join forces and snatch the resources of other forces to cultivate. However, Yi Fei still had a question. Big Brother One Eye, won't those forces take revenge on us if we're discovered by them? Haha, it seems that Brother still doesn't know the rules of the chaotic ocean city. Here, snatching and being snatched is too common. For example, if we loose cultivators go out and encounter the disciples of those great forces, we'll either be shot or captured as laborers. Those who resist will be killed directly. If they want to kill us, then who will farm for them? Who will provide them with spirit rice and other daily necessities? Yi Fei finally understood that there was a reason for the existence of rogue cultivators on Cluster Star Island. In the end, the number of rogue cultivators was the largest. Many daily necessities, such as spirit grains, could only be provided by rogue cultivators. How about it, Brother Yi? Are you going to participate in this operation? One Eye didn't beat around the bush. After introducing the business of rogue cultivators, he directly invited Yi Fei. All right, as long as there are spirit stones, then count me in. Yi Fei nodded straightforwardly. Right now, he didn't even have a single spirit stone on him. This was the time when he needed spirit stones. At the same time, after understanding how difficult it was for rogue cultivators to survive in the chaotic ocean, Yi Fei didn't feel too burdened about snatching spirit stones. Then, Brother Yi, I'll take you to see the others now. It just so happens that we have a big operation in 3 days. I guarantee that we'll earn a lot of spirit stones. One-Eyed happily brought Yi Fei to the center of Cluster Star Island, which was also the core island of Cluster Star Stronghold. The number and quality of warriors on this island were clearly much better than those on the outer islands. In short, it was a kind of vitality. The warriors on the outer islands were all lifeless and muddling along. On the other hand, the warriors on the inner islands were undoubtedly still adhering to the original intention of martial arts. No matter how harsh the environment was, they were still hard-working cultivators. Elder Lu, this is Yi Fei that I mentioned to you. He is also willing to join us. One-Eyed first brought Yi Fei to a very dignified old man. Brother Yi, this is Elder Lu, one of the 10 great elders of Cluster Star Stronghold. One-Eyed introduced him to Yi Fei. Greetings, Elder Lu. Yi Fei saluted. Although Elder Lu was old, he was still an expert in the 4th layer of Wujun. This also showed the strength of Cluster Star Stronghold. 2nd layer of Wujun, and you're still called Yi Fei? Don't tell me you're the Yi Fei that the 3 great sects recently captured? Elder Lu looked at Yi Fei a little strangely. Yi Fei was very calm. He laughed self-deprecatingly and said, I actually hope that I'm that Yi Fei. That way, I could go to the 3 great sects and live a good life. Ha 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 ha. Brother Yi really knows how to joke. When everyone present heard Yi Fei's words, they all roared with laughter. Elder Lu also laughed silently, feeling that he was thinking too much. The Sky Sword sect and Divine Dragon Island had set up an inescapable net in the chaotic ocean. It would be a miracle if Yi Fei could still escape to this place. This person must have the same name, but he's already so strong at such a young age. He could be considered a good genius. I can train him well. Elder Lu secretly acknowledged Yi Fei's strength. Yi Fei also took the opportunity to observe the strength of the other titled battle pet warriors, Wujun. He found that most of them were in the 1st or 2nd layer, and they were all over 50 years old. Those who had reached the 3rd layer of Wujun were like Elder Lu. Their beards were all white. Yi Fei sighed inwardly. It was so miserable to be a lone cultivator. He had no resources, no skills, and could be captured at any time to do manual labor. It seems that the Sky Sword sect and Divine Dragon Island are determined not to let me go. It's been 3 months, and they're still blocking the chaotic ocean. I really don't know how long it will take for me to reach the Central Plains. After the introduction, Yi Fei stood in an inconspicuous corner, thinking about his own matters. One-Eyed and the other Wu Juns were exchanging information about the operation. Elder Lu, a few of our brothers who sneaked into the mine, have found out the situation of the Zheng family's mine. Soon, it will be the 300th birthday of the Zheng family's old man. Many of the Wu Jun in charge of the mine will be there to congratulate him. That will be the best opportunity for us to secretly mine the spirit ores. A Wu Jun who specialized in collecting information reported. Chapter 728. Attack. Just as Yi Fei was listening to a group of people discussing a sneak attack on the mine. Inside the only palace of the Starry Stronghold, a young woman was talking to an old man. The old man's strength was very powerful, at the 6th layer of Wu Jun, and was a master on the same level as Elder Niu. But the young woman's cultivation level was also very terrifying. Like the old man, she was also at the 6th layer of Wu Jun. At the same time, Yi Fei had already heard that the leader of the Starry Stronghold was a woman called Zhao Xinian. And now the person talking to Zhao Xinian was the great elder of the Starry Stronghold, Tang Wen, who was also Zhao Xinian's most trusted person. Whenever there was a major event in the stronghold, it was discussed by Zhao Xinian and Tang Wen before it was carried out. This attack on the mine was the same. Elder Tang, do you think the news we got this time is true or false? Zhao Xinian was very respectful to Elder Tang, because Elder Tang was her mother's family, and when her mother died of illness, it was Elder Tang who had been taking care of her. So in private, Zhao Xinian had always treated Elder Tang as an elder. Hearing Zhao Xinian's question, Tang Wen did not answer, but pondered for a moment before affirming. Miss, I have an 80% chance that the news is true. After all, for this plan, we have several brothers who were deliberately caught and sent to the mine to work as coolies. Only 80%? That is to say, there is a 20% chance that it is a trap. I heard that the last time a vein of the Zheng family's mine accidentally collapsed, and most of the coolies inside took the opportunity to escape. Now is the time when they're most lacking in manpower. It is inevitable that they did not deliberately release bait to enter the sea of stars and wantonly capture us. Zhao Xinian said worriedly. Then Miss suspects that the Zheng family deliberately lured our main force out, and then enter the Sea of Stars to capture the loose cultivators? That's unlikely. Even if we leave, Go Yidao's Starry Stronghold is still there. They will not easily let the Zheng family in. Tang Wen said with some hesitation. Zhao Xinian shook her head, saying in a low voice, That's hard to say. Recently, Go Yidao has been in contact with outside forces, and then many rogue cultivators who have left the island will suddenly disappear. I suspect that Go Yidao might be secretly capturing rogue cultivators and selling them as laborers. What? Go Yidao is also a loose cultivator leader. How could he do such a thing? Tang Wen was incomparably shocked. Zhao Xinian shook her head with a wry smile. People die for money. Go Yidao was greedy by nature, so it was not strange for him to do this kind of thing. Right now, I'm just worried that once I leave with the main force, Go Yidao might join forces with outsiders and take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on our stellar stronghold. Then, eldest miss, let's not participate in this attack. We'll stay here and see if Go Yidao dares to attack, Tang Wen said with a murderous look on his face. Zhao Xinian was also somewhat tempted, but in the end she still shook her head. We don't have many cultivation resources left. Just selling the spirit grains is not enough for us to cultivate. How about this? I'll only bring a small portion of the elites this time. Elder Tang, you can summon the rest back to the main island and wait for my return. Then dare I ask, eldest miss, how many Wu Jun do you plan to bring out this time? Tang Wen asked again. Including me and the people that Elder Lu has gathered, the number of people is no more than 10. This time I plan to end the battle quickly and immediately come back. I will not give Go Yidao a chance to launch a sneak attack on us. So I can only trouble Elder Tang and the other elders to stay and defend. When Zhao Xinian finished speaking, she carried a heavy sword that was several meters long and energetically walked out. She still had a lot of trust in Elder Tang, so she did not notice that when she turned around, Elder Tang had a complicated look on his face, like he was struggling, but also like he was ashamed. Finally, Elder Tang seemed to have thought of something. His eyes became firm again. At the same time Zhao Xinyan left, Elder Tang looked at Zhao Xinyan's departing back with a complicated expression. Eldest miss, don't blame me. I have already paid back what I owed your mother. Now it's time to think about myself. Swoosh! A communication talisman was crushed by Elder Tang, disappearing into the dark sky. At this time, Yifei had just finished listening to Elder Lu and the others discuss the plan. He was very surprised. He thought that for this sneak attack, the Star Cluster stronghold would muster a large force, like the bandits of the later generations, and gather 300 to 500 minions. As for these martial lords, they were the leaders of the mountain. But the result was completely different. After discussing for a long time, Yifei gloomily discovered that for this sneak attack, there would only be Elder Lu, One-Eyed, the 7 titled Wu Jun, and himself who had just joined. At the very most, there would only be 8 people, and they had to set off now, in case someone changed their mind midway or leaked the news. Yifei somewhat speechlessly asked One-Eyed in a low voice, "Brother One-Eyed, how many people are we going to attack the mine? Isn't it a little too little?" "What's there to be too little? Don't forget, we are all Wu Jun masters. As long as there is no powerful Wu Jun in the mine, the 8 of us will be able to defeat them. Even if there is a powerful warrior in the mine, the chief will take care of him in person." One-Eyed comforted Yifei in a low voice. He thought Yifei was nervous because it was his first time doing something like this. But what worried Yifei the most was that One-Eyed and the others were too weak. On the off chance that there was a powerful Wu Jun in the mine, One-Eyed and the others might not be able to stop him. If that happened, it would be bad for Yifei to expose his strength. At the moment, Yifei could only hope that the female chief hiding in the dark would be strong enough. Elder Lu turned around and said coldly, "Don't talk. Go through the entrance. Without my order, you're not allowed to attack or make sound. Don't blame me for being merciless to anyone who dares to mess things up." Clearly, he was talking to Yifei. One-Eyed and the others were all veterans, so they naturally knew these rules. When Elder Lu opened the realm entrance, they quickly walked in silently. Yifei nodded silently. It seemed that Wu Jun of the Stellar Stockade had made ample preparations for this attack. With the entrance, they could take the enemy by surprise to the greatest extent. "Brother Yi, look, that island was once an abandoned spirit mine from ancient times. Although it has been abandoned, if you dig carefully, you can still dig out a lot of spirit stones." Behind the entrance, One-Eyed pointed at the black island in the distance and transmitted his voice to Yifei. The other Wu Jun didn't say anything, but their eyes flashed with desire as they stared at the island. Yifei couldn't help but be surprised. He had thought that the mine was some kind of resource mine, but he didn't expect it to be a spirit stone mine. Even if it was abandoned in ancient times, it was still very impressive. Not to mention that one could still dig out some spirit stones, but in terms of production, it couldn't be compared to the ancient times. "I finally know where the large amount of spirit stones in the outer sea came from. It turns out that there are still some spirit mines left from ancient times. This is a good chance for me to get some spirit stones." Boom! Chapter 729. Betrayal. Even a fool would know how powerful the Zheng family was to be able to mine a spirit mine right under the noses of the 3 great sections. At this time, it was still possible for rogue cultivators to go in and steal a few spirit stones. After all, the Zheng family was a big family and did not lack spirit mines. However, if they killed the guards of the Zheng family, the consequences would be much more serious than stealing the spirit mines. Therefore, before attacking the mine, Elder Lu repeatedly told Yifei about this matter. Yifei rolled his eyes and almost died of depression. He was so gentle even when he was a bandit. No wonder rogue cultivators had the lowest status in the outer seas. He didn't say anything else, and just followed behind Elder Lu as they charged forward. "Who is it? Oh no, someone is attacking the spirit mine." Quickly inform the martial monarch in charge. The Zheng family's spirit mine was also very tightly guarded. Perhaps it was because it was often attacked by rogue cultivators But before Elder Lu and the others could rush in, the alarm had already rung. This also made Elder Lu anxious. He ordered loudly, "Old Wang, Old Chun, go to the spirit mine and steal as many spirit stones as you can. The rest of you, come with me to resist the Zheng family's Wu Jun. Kill, kill, kill this group of lowly rogue cultivators." Under the leadership of the two Wu Juns, the martial kings of the Zheng family's mine roared fiercely. They were not afraid of Elder Lu and the others at all. Moreover, they directly attacked as soon as they saw them, not even bothering to defend. Obviously, the martial kings of the Zheng family's mine also knew that this group of rogue cultivators, Wu Jun, would not really kill them. In that case, what was there to be afraid of? Instantly, these martial kings were like fierce tigers descending the mountain. Each of their killing moves was endless. On the other hand, the two Wu Juns, Elder Lu and the One-Eyed Man, were restrained. However, Elder Lu and the One-Eyed Man were still experts of the Wu Jun. They did not dare to kill these people, but every time they attacked, they were able to seriously injure the martial kings besieging them and knock them unconscious. However, there were too many people in the Zheng family's mind. As soon as he knocked out a group of people, another group of people rushed forward with swords and sabers, all of them ferocious. The more Yi Fei fought, the more frustrated he got. If he continued fighting like this, he couldn't kill them, and he couldn't finish them off. When would it end? Big Brother One Eye, how much longer are we going to hold on for? Why haven't the people inside come out yet? Yi Fei moved closer to One Eye and asked. One Eye was also at a loss. Logically speaking, there were only coolies who had rushed into the mine. Many of them were loose cultivators and would not work for the Zheng family sincerely. The three of them had already persevered here for quite some time. Why hadn't Wu Jun snatched the spirit stones and rushed out yet? Could it be that there's some danger in the spirit mine? At this time, Elder Lu also retreated. The two Wu Juns from the mine also took the opportunity to lead a large group of martial kings to surround them. Yi Fei roughly glanced at the Zheng clan's strength and almost vomited blood, except for the two Wu Juns who hadn't made a move yet. There were more than 1,000 martial kings from the Zheng clan's mines. How long would it take to knock them all out? As expected of loose cultivators from the outer sea. It's too depressing. Yi Fei secretly sighed. It was only when the three of them were completely surrounded that the two Wu Juns from the mine walked forward with disdain. They pointed to the ground and said, "I'll give the three of you a chance. Kneel in front of us and swear to be the dogs of the Zheng clan for all eternity. Seeing that you're also Wu Juns, we won't kill you." "Bah, bastards. You won't give us a way out, and you want us to be your dogs? Don't panic, everyone. When the others come out, we'll be able to rush out." Elder Lu spat fiercely, then loudly encouraged Yi Fei and One Eye. One Eye's morale was indeed high. However, Yi Fei felt that Elder Lu's thinking was too idealistic. "Ha! Old Man Lu, since you people from the Stellar Stockade have entered our young master's inescapable net, do you think you can still escape?" The two Wu Juns from the Zheng clan laughed wildly. As they laughed, the Wu Juns from the Stellar Stockade who had rushed into the mine finally came out. However, they were all seriously injured and had to risk their lives to rush out of the spirit mine. "Elder Lu, run. This is a trap." With that, the Wu Juns didn't even bother to meet up with Elder Lu. They just split up and tried to rush out of the mine. "It's a trap? Have we been betrayed by our brothers who sneaked in?" Elder Lu and One Eye's faces darkened. Boom! Just when they were feeling panicked, Yi Fei suddenly saw a huge sword light in the sky, enveloping the entire mine. Under this sword light, the martial kings surrounding Elder Lu and the others all retreated. Even the two Wu Juns' faces changed, cursing and retreating. "Damn it, the head of the Stellar Stockade has come in person. We're no match for her. Tai Clan, retreat. Head, huh? How could we forget that we still have the head behind us? We're saved." Elder Lu and One Eye both became excited. Yi Fei's brows were tightly knitted together. He was not as optimistic as the other two, because the moment Zhao Shunyan's sword light fell, he had already seen a terrifying blade light, going against the current, forming a black beam of light, and shattering together with the falling sword light. At the same time, in the sky and on the ground, there suddenly appeared a dense crowd of Wu Jun masters. There were as many as 20 of them, of which 10 were titled Wu Juns, all wearing the Zheng family's uniform. The rest were dressed in a variety of clothes, and although their aura was not as strong as the Zheng family's martial artists, they had the advantage in numbers. They also quickly sealed off the entire mine. No one would be able to escape from their blockade. How could it be? It's Goi Dao. How could he be with the Zheng family's mine? One Eye couldn't help exclaiming. Who is Goi Dao? Yi Fei curiously looked at the middle-aged man who was aiming his blade at Zhao Xinian. At this moment, Elder Lu's face was also full of bitterness, and then he clenched his teeth. Goi Dao, like our head, is also the leader of Lu's cultivators. In the sky, Zhao Xinian's eyes widened in disbelief, looking at Goi Dao who had surrounded her, as well as the loose cultivators of the Stellar Stockade. Wu Jun suddenly, Zhao Xinian's face lit up with rage. Goi Dao, you dare to betray us loose cultivators. Ha ha, so what? This shows that Lord Go understands the situation, knows when to advance and when to retreat, and understands that he cannot go against our Zheng family. So he has submitted to our Zheng family. Surrounded by many Wu Jun of the Zheng family, a young Gongzi came out, walking step by step towards the sky. Goi Dao also hurriedly bowed, calling out in a flattering voice, Gongzi Zheng. Well, Goi Dao, this time your Stellar Stockade did a good job. When we destroy the Stellar Stockade, you will be the only leader of the Stellar Stockade. The young Gongzi said with great satisfaction. Hearing this, Goi Dao's face lit up with ecstasy and pride, hurriedly shouting, subordinate swears to be loyal to Gongzi. Chapter 730. Betrayal. Zheng Wei stood proudly in the sky with a complacent look on his face. Zhao Xinian's face was also uncertain. The heavy sword in her hand did not continue to swing down. Firstly, Goi Dao was still eyeing covetously, and secondly, the Zheng family's Wu Jun was also very closely protecting Zheng Wei. In the face of Zheng Wei's recruitment, Zhao Xinian could only lower her head and not speak. And her attitude, in Zheng Wei's eyes, was that of submission, although Zhao Xinian was a little violent. But looking at her beautiful figure and delicate facial features, Zheng Wei still felt a burning flame on his body. Zhao Xinian, very good. In a moment, I will let you know my power. I promise you will not regret following me. Ha ha! Zheng Wei thought of how he had completely occupied the Star Cluster Island with a little trick and also obtained a beauty. He could not help but burst into laughter. Goi Dao also joined in the fun, ordering his subordinates. What are you waiting for? Quickly invite 19th young mistress over. Let Gongzi personally check if there are any injuries on her body. Hearing Goi Dao's pun, many of the Wu Jun present burst into laughter. On the spot, several Wu Jun of the Star Cluster Castle came over to escort Zhao Xinian to Zheng Wei, so that Zheng Wei could personally examine her. Zheng Wei was also incomparably proud. On the surface, he looked incomparably serious, but inwardly he could not wait to touch Zhao Xinian. Zhao Xinian still lowered her head, looking like she did not resist at all. At this time, no one was paying attention to the other Wu Jun of the Star Cluster Castle. Elder Lu had finally gathered everyone together, but they were not happy when they saw several Wu Jun about to escort Zhao Xinian to Zheng Wei. One-Eyed finally could not help but roar, Master! Master! Quickly leave! Elder Lu also roared. Now that they had gathered together, if they worked together, there was a chance to break out. Zhao Xinian, of course, also knew this. Her silence before was to create an opportunity for her subordinates to gather together. Following the words of Elder Lu and the others, the silent Zhao Xinian suddenly raised her head, only to see that there was no sign of surrender in her eyes, only a strong anger. Boom! A terrifying sword light spread out in all directions. Before the two Wu Jun near Zhao Xinian could react to what was going on, their eyes widened and their heads fell to the ground. Stockade Master, we knew that you would definitely resist. One-Eyed, Elder Lu, and the others all became excited. But what greeted him was indeed Zhao Shunyan's cursing. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'll stop them. You quickly leave. Go Dao. You betrayed us loose cultivators. Today, I will smash your balls out." Kill. The moment Zhao Shunyan killed the two Wu Juns, she lifted her heavy sword and suddenly charged towards Zheng Wei beside Goi Dao. Evidently, she also knew that in the current situation, she could only escape by capturing Zheng Xuan. "Bitch, you actually dare to kill my subordinates. Hand over your life." Goi Dao was furious, although he was fawning in front of Zheng Wei. But in front of Zhao Shunyan, Goi Dao was as fierce as a mad dog and immediately began to fight with Zhao Shunyan. Both of them were 6th layer Wu Jun. When they fought, although it was not earth-shattering, it was still extremely terrifying. Ordinary titled Wu Jun simply did not dare to come close. Zheng Wei and the Zheng family's Wu Jun also did not expect that in such a bad situation, Zhao Shunyan not only did not surrender, but also intended to resist. Many of the Zheng family's Wu Jun's face darkened, saying together, "Gongzi, this woman doesn't know what's good for her. Should we kill her?" Zheng Wei repeatedly shook his head, looking at Zhao Shunyan, who was in the middle of the battle, his eyes blazing even more. "Hey, you're indeed the descendant of that person. You're really fierce. Go Dao, fight well. You must capture Zhao Shunyan alive. I want to sleep with her tonight." "Zheng Wei, you're shameless," Zhao Shunyan roared. The heavy sword in her hand was more terrifying than the previous one, and she wished she could hack Go Dao and Zheng Wei to pieces. Not sure if it was an illusion, but when Yi Fei sensed Zhao Shunyan's sword light, there was a faint familiar feeling. But before he could think about it, seeing Zhao Shunyan being besieged and Zheng Wei saying such shameless words, Elder Lu and the others suddenly flew into a rage, disregarding their injuries, and rushed into the sky towards the besieging Wu Jun of the Star Castle. "Master, go quickly. Don't worry about us." "Where are you going? From today on, there is only the Star Castle on the Star Island. There is no more Star Castle." The Wu Jun of both sides were fiercely fighting in the sky. One-Eyed at this time also let out a sigh, and suddenly very heavily pushed Yi Fei's shoulder. "Brother Yi, I wanted to take you out to grab some spirit stones, but I didn't expect to get you into trouble while they are not paying attention to you. Hurry and leave." Yi Fei was taken aback. "You're not leaving?" One-Eyed shook his head. "I am indebted to Master. All I can do is leave my life to Master." With that, One-Eyed also rushed into the sky. It was only then that Yi Fei realized that these titled Wu Jun were unusually loyal to Zhao Shunyan. What the hell? The people abandoned by the heavens are really unlucky. Other people come out to do big things, but as soon as I came out, I encountered trap. Yi Fei shook his head with a wry smile and did not take the opportunity to escape. Firstly, there were still many Zheng family martial artists staring at him. And secondly, Yi Fei felt that One-Eyed was not bad. It would be a pity if he died like this. It seems that I have to reveal some of my strength. Yi Fei stared at the sky, motionless, and just watched the lively Zheng family Wu Jun. His heart skipped a beat. If I can catch this Zheng Wei, I can help everyone get out of trouble smoothly. But how can I catch him? Yi Fei began to carefully observe the Zheng family Wu Jun, and then swept his eyes over the densely packed Zheng family Wu Kings that wanted to catch him. Huh, am I seeing things? How could it be him? When Yi Fei looked at the group of Wu Kings, he suddenly saw a very familiar figure in the crowd. This figure even made Yi Fei give up on dealing with Zheng Wei. He stepped into the void, and in an instant appeared in front of the figure. This time Yi Fei was not mistaken. This person was someone he knew. "10th Prince, why are you here?" Yi Fei cried out in disbelief. Among the martial artists that followed Jing Wushou out to sea, there was also the 10th Prince, but there was no trace of the 10th Prince on Divine Dragon Island. Originally, Yi Fei and Jing Wushou both thought that the 10th Prince was dead, but unexpectedly, Yi Fei saw the 10th Prince again here, and the two sides were now enemies. "Yi Fei, why did you recognize me? You shouldn't have come here, and you shouldn't have appeared in front of me." The 10th Prince's face was full of pain, and his eyes gradually turned blood red as he looked at Yi Fei. Unlike Yi Fei, the 10th prince had long discovered Yi Fei, but for some reason he had been hiding in the crowd, not wanting to be discovered by Yi Fei. He also did not expect that Yi Fei would discover him and appear in front of him. Chapter 731. Twists and Turns. Boom. The 10th prince's words shocked Yi Fei and puzzled Yi Fei. Why? Why did the 10th prince reveal his identity? Why did the 10th prince betray him? Ever since Yi Fei left the outer endless sea, he had thought about many things and speculated many things. The Sky Sword sect and Divine Dragon Island must have captured him because of the northern region cultivators who went out to sea. Someone must have tipped them off and revealed that he had obtained the inheritance of the Sage sect. However, Yi Fei had never imagined that the person who revealed this information would actually be the 10th prince and his fellow apprentice from the same holy land. 10th prince, why did you do this? Yi Fei rushed into the sky towards the 10th prince, who was still kneeling in front of Zheng Wei. The former fellow apprentice now looked so unfamiliar and cruel. People would change. In the past, Yi Fei didn't believe it. However, when he saw the once proud 10th prince kneeling in front of another person and calling himself a servant, Yi Fei believed it and felt pain. Why? Because I want to live. Do you know how cruel the outer endless sea is? Do you know how many cultivators who went out to sea with us died in the chaotic ocean? This is all because of you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been in so much danger when we went out to sea. So many brothers and sisters wouldn't have died because of you. The 10th prince was still kneeling in front of Zheng Wei. The cruelty of the outer endless sea had completely shattered the 10th prince's pride and backbone. At this time, the 10th prince's eyes burned with the flames of hatred as he stared viciously at Yi Fei. Young master, it's him. He's the Yi Fei you wanted to capture, the 10th prince said loudly again. Hearing his voice, other than the martial lords who were still fighting in the sky, the Zheng family cultivators were all in an uproar. Recently, they had heard about the matter of the Heavenly Sword sect and Divine Dragon Island sealing off the sea region to capture Yi Fei. However, no one would have thought that Yi Fei would be able to escape the joint capture of the two great sects and even appear here. The Zheng family's titled martial lord was immediately stunned. Zheng Wei was also greatly frightened. Then he began to laugh in ecstasy. Ha ha, today is truly my Zheng Wei's day. You've done well as a servant. When I capture Yi Fei, I'll reward you well. Capture him. Yes, young master. After knowing that the person before them was Yi Fei, and seeing that Yi Fei's cultivation was only that of a second-level martial lord, the Zheng family's martial lords all revealed sinister smiles and madly charged at Yi Fei. Capture him. We can get the inheritance of the Sage sect. That's an ancient Sage sect. It's even more powerful than the Sacred Academy. Yi Fei, don't resist. Surrender. That's the wisest choice. Rumble. Without giving Yi Fei any time to react, the two Wu Juns, who were the fastest, had already appeared beside Yi Fei. Their two big hands, carrying strong vital essence, smashed down on Yi Fei's vital parts as if they could destroy a mountain range. They didn't want to kill Yi Fei. Instead, they wanted to destroy Yi Fei's tendons, meridians, and primordial spirit. That would make it easier for them to interrogate Yi Fei. When the two Wu Juns of the Zheng family made their moves, Yi Fei's reaction was very strange. His face was filled with joy, sadness, anger, and hurt. He just stared coldly at the 10th prince, who was kneeling in the sky, and said angrily, 10th prince, is this the reason why you betrayed me? You said that I got you into trouble. That's just an excuse for you to deceive yourself and others. By doing this, are you worthy of your dead brothers and sisters, senior brother Jing, and the sacred ground, who trained you? Yi Fei's words made the 10th prince feel ashamed, angry, and conflicted. But when he saw that the Zheng family's Wu Juns had already surrounded Yi Fei, he stood up straight. The 10th prince stood up again with a determined look on his face. He sneered and said, every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. I betrayed you because I didn't want to die in vain in the chaotic ocean. Now, what's the point of saying all this? The 10th prince stared coldly at Yi Fei. Yi Fei also stared coldly at the 10th prince. Their eyes met in the air. Yi Fei's eyes were as sharp as a sword, while the 10th prince's eyes were red with hatred and shame. Boy, kneel on the ground obediently and hand over your inheritance. What bullshit, sacred king of the north. Even if you're a true dragon, you'll still have to kneel before us like a dog. Boom, boom. The palms of the two martial lords were like mountains as they simultaneously slammed onto Yi Fei's body. If they wanted to, with their strength of the third level of the martial lord realm, as well as joining hands, they would definitely be able to suppress Yi Fei on the spot. Get lost. Yi Fei's eyes were still fixed on the 10th prince. He didn't even look at the two Wu Juns who were attacking him. The battle demon golden body was automatically activated. A blazing golden light burned like a flame. The two Wu Juns were horrified to find that they didn't hit a person, but a mountain and a mortal sword that would never be destroyed. Get lost. Yi Fei's hair was like a sword, his voice was like a sword, his spirit was like a sword, and his anger was like a sword. He ignored the Wu Juns around him and walked toward the 10th prince step by step. The 10th prince suddenly became frightened. The two Wu Juns who were attacking Yi Fei also became frightened. Under Yi Fei's momentum, they still didn't understand what was going on. Two streaks of sword light had penetrated their heads, leaving two corpses at Yi Fei's feet. The other Wu Juns of the Zheng family were also terrified by this step. How was it possible? He killed two of us with just his momentum. The inheritance of the ancient holy sect is indeed terrifying. But such an inheritance is destined not to belong to a nobody like you. All the Wu Juns of the Zheng family were scared and retreated. Only one person, Zheng Wei, didn't retreat. Instead, when he saw Yi Fei easily kill the two Wu Juns, his eyes became brighter. Yi Fei, hand over your inheritance, and I'll let you live. I'll let you kill this traitor with your own hands. How about that? Zheng Wei stepped through the air, and a green spear appeared in his hand. He raised the spear, and the tip of the spear burned with green flames. Suddenly, it turned into a huge green dragon, roaring and opening its mouth, swallowing the sun and moon. Kill! Yi Fei was still staring at the 10th prince. He didn't even raise his head. The phoenix blood sword had turned into a huge flaming sword. With one slash, the falling green dragon was cut into pieces. How is this possible? Zheng Wei was a bit stupefied. One must know that the weapon in his hand was a saint artifact. He himself was also a 5th-level martial lord with a battle power of 1,000,000. Why was Yi Fei able to so easily block his attack? Not good. Protect the young master. The Wu Juns of the Zheng family didn't dare to let Zheng Wei fight with Yi Fei anymore. Yi Fei's combat power was too terrifying. After breaking through to stage 2 Wu Jun, Yi Fei had a combat power of 1,200,000. Without the Phoenix Blood Sword, he could fight a stage 6 Wu Jun. After being provoked by the 10th prince's betrayal, Yi Fei unconsciously entered the forbidden zone of the God of Warpath. He could even kill an enemy 2 stages higher. In other words, Yi Fei now had the combat power of a stage 8 Wu Jun. No matter how much stronger Zheng Wei's strength was, he was only a 5th-level martial lord. In addition to the saint artifact in his hand, he could only defeat an opponent of the 6th level. Facing Yi Fei, whose battle power had risen to the 8th-level martial lord, how could Zheng Wei's puny attacks even enter Yi Fei's eyes? Chapter 732. Self-detonation. The Zheng family's martial lords didn't even have time to save him. At the same time Yi Fei drew his sword, he had already stepped into the air and instantly appeared before Zheng Wei. Without giving the Zheng family's Wu Jun any time to save Zheng Wei, Yi Fei's Azura power erupted and formed an Azura's hand that mercilessly grabbed at Zheng Wei. Zheng Wei was scared out of his wits and screamed, "No, impossible! You have the combat power of an 8th-stage Wu Jun. Azure Dragon Spear shatter. Roar!" A dragon's roar shook the sky. Zheng Wei used all his strength to activate the azure dragon spear in his hand and shattered Yi Fei's Azura's hand. Zheng Wei couldn't help but feel proud. After all, he was also a little genius. Although he wasn't as good as those geniuses in Zhong province, he had a combat power of 1,000,000 when he first entered Wujun. But with the azure dragon spear in his hand, Zheng Wei still managed to shatter Yi Fei's first attack. Yi Fei was also a little surprised. Then he turned cold. Let's see how many of my hands you can destroy. 12 primordial spirits. Suppress. Boom. Yi Fei didn't want to waste too much time with Zheng Wei. With one Azura's hand destroyed, Yi Fei was enraged, and he decided to use all the power in his 12 primordial spirits to form 11 Azura's hands, reaching out to grab Zheng Wei. No, this can't be real. How can his primordial spirits be so strong? Save me. What are you guys waiting for? Come and save me. Zheng Wei was scared out of his wits. He used all his strength and continuously attacked with his spear, shattering the Azura's hands one after another. But very soon, Zheng Wei discovered a terrifying fact that made him pee his pants in fright. That was, after a series of big moves, his primordial spirit was almost exhausted, but Yi Fei was still in high spirits. When the 6th Azura's hand was shattered, the 7th Azura's hand grabbed Zheng Wei's neck like an iron lock and lifted him up. Puff! Zheng Wei never dreamed that Yi Fei had 12 primordial spirits in his body. When he realized that he was captured by Yi Fei with one hand, Zheng Wei was so angry that he vomited blood. Let go of our young master. Only then did the Zheng family's martial monarchs rush over. But when they saw Zheng Wei, who was lifted into the air with his eyes rolling back, the Zheng family's martial monarchs were all at a loss. Scram! I'm not looking for you guys. Yi Fei didn't care about the encirclement of the Zheng clan's martial lords. His gaze was still fixed on the 10th prince. This young master 10th prince's day, but Wu Jun didn't give him a chance, and he was forced 10th prince to the 10th prince to do the 10th Azura's note. Let go of our young master, and you can do whatever you want with him. The Zheng family's Wu Jun tried to negotiate with Yi Fei. You actually betrayed me. The 10th prince was both shocked and furious. Before you betrayed me, you should have been prepared to be betrayed by others. Yi Fei held Zheng Wei in one hand and finally walked up to the 10th prince. The 10th prince's expression became extremely complicated. He miserably gave up on resisting and laughed loudly. Come, kill me. I won't regret anything I've done, because if I want to live, I have to make a choice. Is this the reason why you betrayed me? Yi Fei's eyes turned cold. I'm just jealous of you, but I didn't betray you. The 10th prince stared at Yi Fei crazily and jealously at Yi Fei. Why are you the only one who can become the sage ruler of the North region? Why are you the only one who can inherit the sage sect? Your family, Yi, is just a lowly commoner family. You're just an ordinary commoner warrior. Why are you able to get to where you are today? Why are you able to do things that geniuses like us can't? The 10th prince gasped for breath. His eyes became crazier and more hateful. That's why I'm jealous of you. I hate you. The path of martial arts is a path that only geniuses like us can take. Why is it that an ordinary warrior like you can surpass us and make us all look up to you? Yi Fei listened to the 10th prince's words in shock. Only now did he realize that his rise to power had dealt such a huge and deep blow to the 10th prince. I see. You hate me. That's why you betrayed me. Yi Fei found a reasonable explanation for the 10th prince's betrayal. No, I didn't betray you. Even if I did, I was forced to do so. Come on, kill me. Today, the three of us will die together. The 10th prince bared his chest. There was an indescribable craziness in his eyes. This craziness frightened Zheng Wei. Shut up, slave. Zheng Wei suddenly shouted angrily. Then, he carefully said to Yi Fei, Yi Fei, this has nothing to do with me. It's him. He betrayed you and killed all his companions. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken him in. What? Not only did you betray me, but you also killed other Northern Region warriors? Yi Fei could not tolerate this. He could not believe that the once forthright 10th prince would become like this. Hearing Zheng Wei mention this matter, the 10th prince's craziness turned into panic. Then he desperately shook his head and said, Nonsense. He's talking nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. Weren't you the one who killed those captured Northern Region warriors? Zheng Wei hurriedly shouted. He was afraid that Yi Fei would kill him to vent his anger. The 10th Prince's voice faded. The 10th Prince's voice faltered, and his eyes dimmed. He sighed and said, "Yes, I killed them with my own hands, but they forced me to do it. At that time, we were captured by the Zheng family, and we were tortured every day. Every day, there were people who were seriously injured and unconscious. But one time, unfortunately, everyone was unconscious, and I was the only one who remained conscious. I will never forget the suspicious look they gave me when they woke up." As he spoke, the 10th Prince's eyes revealed an ominous glint. "I know that they all suspect that I betrayed you. I also know that many of them couldn't stand the torture. It was only because of your power and influence, as well as your family in the Northern Territory, that they didn't dare to be the first to betray you. I also know that once they suspect that I betrayed you, the next time they're tortured, someone will definitely not be able to hold back and reveal your information. So you killed everyone and then sold out my information in exchange for your own survival? 10th Prince, at this point, is there any meaning in your excuses?" Yi Fei looked at the 10th Prince with incomparable coldness. He was not a soft-hearted person. Since the 10th Prince had betrayed him and caused the deaths of so many of his companions, then he had to kill this person. The 10th Prince also felt something. He smiled bitterly and said, "I knew that you wouldn't believe me, but I still have to say this. Even if I betrayed you, I was forced to do so. I wanted to live, so I had to do so. But I definitely didn't betray you intentionally. The ones who really betrayed you were Fu, Renjia, Lin Tianjiao, and the others, the first batch of people to set out to sea. It was one of them who betrayed you. Because before we set out to sea, the Sky Sword Sect and Divine Dragon Island had already begun preparing to capture you. Yi Fei, I know that it's too late to say this now, but I am indeed innocent. Also, other than your appearance, everything I provided to the Zheng family was false. Young Master Zheng Wei, you definitely didn't expect this. Let me tell you, Yi Fei's battle strength of 500,000 is actually fake. His true battle strength is actually 1 million. Hearing this, Yi Fei had a bad premonition, but before he could ask any more questions, the 10th Prince tiredly glanced at him, and then his body suddenly exploded in the air. The 10th Prince had actually used self-destruction to prove his innocence. Chapter 733. Escape and Skade just like that. Yi Fei watched with his own eyes as a fellow disciple gradually walked towards death. He felt very uncomfortable and even more puzzled. At this moment, he chose to believe the 10th Prince's words. The 10th Prince hadn't betrayed him. The ones who had betrayed him were actually the first group of people. Whether it was Yi Fei, the 10th Prince, or Jing Wushou, these Northern Region ancient martial art practitioners who had gone out to sea had all been betrayed by the first group of people. That was why they had suffered such heavy casualties. Now, the 10th Prince didn't hesitate to self-destruct to prove his innocence. Yi Fei's expression turned very ugly. Who exactly betrayed me? He remembered that there were only 3 people in the first group of people who had gone out to sea. They were Fu Renjia, Lin Tianjiao, and Chun Mingyao. The 3 of them had agreed to go out to sea together and head to the central region, where martial arts flourished. It was also because of the encouragement of the 3 of them that the young martial kings of the northern region had gone out to sea and followed closely behind them. Yi Fei had never imagined that one of the 3 would betray him. Who exactly was it? Was it Fu Renjia, Lin Tianjiao, or Chen Mingyao? Yi Fei fell in a deep thought. He really hoped that it wasn't one of the 3 who had betrayed him. After all, Fu Renjia and the other 2 were the strongest geniuses of the northern region. In the future, when they faced the monster behind the stone door, the 3 of them would most likely be of the greatest use. However, this was the truth. Since the 10th Prince's group wasn't the first to betray him, the biggest suspect was Fu Renjia and the other 2, who had been in the first group of people to go out to sea. Yi Fei really wanted to find Fu Renjia and the other 2 right now and harshly interrogate them. However, he recalled that almost half a year had passed since the three of them had gone out to sea. It's been such a long time. Fu Rinjia and the other two must have already left the chaotic ocean. Perhaps they have already reached the central region. It's simply impossible for me to find them. Yi Fei smiled bitterly and helplessly accepted this cruel reality. However, a cold glint flashed in his eyes very quickly as he stared deeply at the 10th Prince's shattered corpse. 10th Prince, don't worry. I won't let your death be in vain. I will definitely find the real culprit who betrayed me and let you rest in peace. Crack! Yi Fei was so engrossed in his thoughts that he couldn't help but tighten his grip. Zheng Wei, who was still being held by the neck, turned as pale as a sheet of paper. He struggled with all his might, wanting to scream, but Yi Fei was too strong. Zheng Wei was like a duck being held by the neck. He could only roll his eyes and spit out foam. Zheng Wei's appearance also frightened the nearby Zheng family's Wujun. According to the rules of the Zheng family's mind, once the young master died in battle, they would all be buried with him. Let go of our young master. Damn Northern Region martial artist. How dare you injure our young master? We'll take your life. The impulsive Wu Jun wanted to rush up and fight it out with Yi Fei. They were also doing this to save themselves. Only then did a glimmer of hope appear in Zheng Wei's fearful eyes. However, this glimmer of hope quickly turned into despair. Who said they wanted my life? Yi Fei loosened his grip on Zheng Wei a little, then tightened his grip again. With a crack, Zheng Wei felt like his neck was about to be broken by Yi Fei. However, Yi Fei's loosening of his grip allowed Zheng Wei to breathe a sigh of relief. He glared angrily at his subordinates and scolded loudly. Damn it, are you trying to get me killed? All of you back off. By the way, tell those people in the sky to stop as well. Yi Fei gave Zheng Wei a threatening look. I'm in a very bad mood right now. You'd better not provoke me again. Yes, I promise I won't provoke you. I'm innocent. Zheng Wei was about to cry. As the young master of the Zheng family, he had never been threatened by someone like this before. However, his life was still in Yi Fei's hands. Zheng Wei could only suppress his anger. At the same time, he sullenly roared at the sky. Go Yidao, stop right now. Bring your men and get down here immediately to save me. What? Young Master Zheng has been captured, and by a boy of the second layer of Wu Jun. Go Yidao and his men were engaged in a fierce battle with the Wu Jun of the Star Cluster stronghold. Relying on their numbers, they had already completely suppressed the Wu Jun of the Star Cluster stronghold. At most half an hour later, Go Yidao was confident that he could capture the entire Star Cluster stronghold, including Zhao Shinian. Who would have thought that at this time, as the backbone and also the person with the highest status, Zheng Wei, would be so easily captured? The most frightening thing was that the person who caught Zheng Wei was of the second layer of Wu Jun. After Go Yidao and his men stopped, they all looked in disbelief at Zheng Wei, who was lifted into the air like a duck. Zhao Shinian also took the opportunity to gather her men and looked at Yi Fei in shock. He's also a member of our Star Cluster stronghold? Zhao Shinian asked Elder Lu. Master, I don't know, he just joined our Star Cluster stronghold and was introduced by One-Eyed. Elder Lu glanced at One-Eyed. One-Eyed was dumbfounded, his eyes wide open, as if it was the first time he had met Yi Fei, and completely did not understand how Yi Fei caught Zheng Wei. Zheng Wei was lifted by the neck and thrown into the sky. He felt that it was too embarrassing and too humiliating. He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. Bastard, let go of our young master. There are countless masters in the Zheng family mine. If you dare to hurt a hair of young master. Wu Jun of the Zheng family did not dare to attack Yi Fei, but they still tightly surrounded Yi Fei, Zhao Shinian, and the others. Hearing their threats, Yi Fei's gaze turned cold. Suddenly, in front of everyone, he slapped Zheng Wei's face and said in a deep voice, Tell your dogs to shut up. If they bark again, I'll slap you until you're dead. Ah, you bunch of trash, good-for-nothings who allowed you to speak, shut your mouths. All of you back off. It was already very humiliating to be captured in public, and now, because of his subordinates, he was slapped by Yi Fei. Zheng Wei's lungs were about to explode. He did not dare to get angry at Yi Fei, and could only vent his anger on his subordinates. Wu Jun and Go Dao of the Zheng family looked at each other, hesitated, and then quickly dispersed. Yi Fei also took advantage of this opportunity to join up with Zhao Xinyan and the others. Brother Yi Fei, One-Eyed curiously wanted to say something as soon as he saw Yi Fei coming over. Brother One-Eyed, don't ask anything before the experts of the Zheng family arrive. Quickly leave, Yi Fei urged. Understanding that Yi Fei was going to bring up the rear alone, One-Eyed suddenly became anxious. Brother Yi Fei, if we leave you alone, how can you beat so many Wu Juns? Don't worry, I have a way to escape. Besides, I still have a hostage. Yi Fei shook Zheng Wei, whose face was bruised and swollen. Zhao Shunyan's eyes lit up, took a deep look at Yi Fei, and nodded. I can't thank you enough. We'll wait for you to come back. Let's go. Zhao Xinyan was very decisive. She knew that if they did not leave now and delay any longer, when the real masters of the Zheng family hear the news and arrive, they would not be able to escape. Chapter 734. Sinister young Master Zheng Wei stared at Yi Fei with a dark expression. I've already let him go. Shouldn't you let me go now? That's right. Let go of our young master, and our Zheng clan will not make things difficult for you. The Zheng clan cultivators roared in unison. Compared to letting Yi Fei go, Zheng Wei's safety was more important. Go Dao's eyes flashed with an ominous glint. In front of the Zheng clan's Wu Jun, it wasn't appropriate for him to interrupt. However, as the leader of the wandering cultivators, Go Dao wasn't an incompetent person. While the Zheng clan cultivators were negotiating with Yi Fei, Go Dao had already led his subordinates to ambush Yi Fei on his way out of the mine. Once he confirmed Zheng Wei's safety, Go Dao would lead his men to surround Yi Fei and kill him. Yi Fei naturally noticed Go Dao's secret movements, but he wasn't afraid at all. He continued to hold Zheng Wei and waited in the air without saying a word. When the Zheng clan's Wu Jun saw that Yi Fei had no intention of letting Zheng Wei go, they didn't say anything either. They secretly released message talismans to inform the Zheng clan's true experts to rush over. Zheng Wei was secretly delighted. He couldn't wait for Yi Fei to stall for time so that the Zheng clan's experts could rush over and tear Yi Fei to pieces. When Yi Fei saw Zheng Wei's sudden silence, he immediately guessed Zheng Wei's intentions. You want to stall for time so that the Zheng clan's experts can save you? So what? Yi Fei, you are indeed very strong, but my Zheng clan isn't weak either. Do you think that you can escape unscathed from so many Wu Juns just because you control me? Zheng Wei said coldly. Why don't we give it a try? Yi Fei revealed a playful expression. He estimated that the people from a stellar stockade would have safely escaped within an hour. Yi Fei suddenly reached out and touched Zheng Wei's body. Zheng Wei immediately turned pale with fright. He thought that Yi Fei had that kind of hobby. He panicked and said, What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't worry, I don't have the kind of hobby you think I have. However, I'm here to snatch spirit stones. Young Master Zheng, you can't let me return empty-handed, right? I'll gladly accept your space belt. Yi Fei searched for a long time, but did not find an interspatial ring on Zheng Wei's body. Instead, he found an interspatial belt. The storage space of the belt was much larger than the storage space of the ring. This thing was rare, even in the central state. He didn't expect Zheng Wei to have it. Of course, Yi Fei would gladly accept such a treasure. Although he really wanted to kill Zheng Wei, the Zheng clan was very strong. He wasn't afraid of killing Zheng Wei now, but it would bring a huge disaster to the stellar stockade. Yi Fei didn't want to implicate others, so he had no choice but to give up on killing Zheng Wei. He just pushed Zheng Wei towards the surrounding Wu Juns. Protect the young master. The Wu Juns of the Zheng clan all swarmed to Zheng Wei's side to protect him. Kill him and avenge the young master. Go Dao, who was lying in ambush, immediately led his subordinates over like mad dog. Yi Fei didn't make a move. He just glanced at Go Dao disdainfully and shook his head. It's better to be a beggar than a slave. Go Dao, it seems that after becoming the leader of the rogue cultivators, you have not only lost your martial arts heart, but also your backbone. Boom! He directly detonated a primordial spirit in his body. Yi Fei used the secret technique 100 miles in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he was already 100 miles away. Seeing that, Go Dao was dumbstruck, as if he had seen a ghost. A hint of deep fear also flashed through the eyes of the martial lord subordinates behind him. The Northern Region's warrior is actually so strong. His combat power is in the millions, and he moves like a ghost. He's comparable to those legendary Central State geniuses. After Wu Jun of the Zheng clan rescued Zheng Wei, he looked in the direction that Yi Fei had left. His eyes flashed with deep fear. Originally, they looked down on the Northern Region's warriors. However, after witnessing Yi Fei's combat power, the Zheng clan's warriors realized how terrifying the Northern Region was. You're just a piece of trash at the second stage of Wu Jun. You have so many Wu Juns, but none of you could stop him. What are you waiting for? Chase after him, catch him, and take back my belt. Ah, that shameless bastard. Not only did he catch me, but he also took away all the spiritual stones in our mine. Puff! Seeing Yi Fei run away after snatching the space belt, and not even his shadow could catch up with him, Zheng Wei was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of black blood and almost fainted. Only then did everyone know that Zheng Wei had put all the spiritual stones in his space belt in order to prevent Wu Jun of the Stellar Stockade from launching a sneak attack and causing losses to the mine. He thought that the spiritual stones would be safe with him. Who knew that now? It was actually robbed clean by Yi Fei in one go. How could Zheng Wei not be angry? How could he not feel pain? The Zheng clan's Wu Jun was so angry that black smoke was coming out of his nostrils. Go Dao was also dumbstruck, and then his eyes couldn't help but flash with dense greed. Then, Go Dao stepped forward and said, "Young master, don't worry. That kid must have returned to the Stellar Stockade. Since that's the case, why don't we gather an army and attack the Stellar Stockade? As long as we destroy the Stellar Stockade, we might be able to capture Yi Fei." That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Go Dao, you have a lot of ideas. We'll do as you say. If we succeed, not only will I let you control the entire Stellar Stockade, but I'll also betroth my sister to you. Zheng Wei's eyes lit up as he quickly tried to win Go Dao over. The main reason was that he had seen Yi Fei's strength. Zheng Wei was worried that he might not have enough strength to deal with Yi Fei, so he thought of joining forces with Go Dao. Go Dao was eager to climb up the Zheng clan's social ladder. When he heard that he could marry a woman from the Zheng clan, Go Dao was so excited that he immediately knelt down and prostrated himself. Your subordinate pledges his loyalty to you, young master. Haha, get up, Go Dao. Return to the Stellar Stockade now and gather your troops. Destroy the Stellar Stockade for me. As for the rest of you, return to the clan immediately and ask my father to gather 3 ninth heaven Wu Juns for me. Zheng Wei's eyes flashed with a cold light. He had been captured by Yi Fei and robbed of his space belt. If this loss was reported, he would be severely punished, even if he was the eldest son of the Zheng clan. The only thing Zheng Wei could do now was to gather all the forces he had and take back the spiritual stones as soon as possible. Even if he couldn't take them back, it didn't matter. As long as he could capture Yi Fei and obtain the sage sex inheritance, the value of the inheritance would definitely be 10,000 times more valuable than the spiritual stones he had lost. Yi Fei, just you wait. I have never suffered such a loss in my life. If I don't tear you to pieces, it will be hard to appease the hatred in my heart. And that Zhao Xinian, she also has a big secret. If I can capture Yi Fei and subdue Zhao Xinian and obtain that secret, I will definitely surpass my brothers and become the strongest in the Zheng clan, and even the strongest in the Outer Sea. Ha 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 ha. The more he thought about it, the more proud he became. Zheng Wei seemed to have already seen himself trampling on countless geniuses in the Central Region. The gloominess and gloom in his heart were swept away, and an unforgettable sinister smile flashed across his face. Chapter 735. Who is the spy? At this time, Yifei had no idea that the 7 Wu Jun of the Star Cluster Stronghold, as well as the head of the Star Cluster Stronghold, had not been able to do it. He had unintentionally robbed all the spirit stones dug out in the Zheng family's mine in the past year, just by snatching a belt from Zheng Wei. Relying on the movement distance of 100 miles in an instant, which was comparable to the distance of the domain gate, the Zheng family's titled Wu Jun could not catch up to Yifei, so Yifei did not have to worry about being tracked. After escaping from the Zheng family's mine, Yifei soon appeared at the place where the domain gate had been opened. He thought that the Wu Jun of the Star Cluster Stronghold had already escaped. It was only when he rushed over that he realized that Zhao Xinyan, Elder Lu, One-Eyed, and the other Wu Jun were all waiting here. Seeing Yifei coming over, their eyes were incomparably complicated. Yifei, you are Yifei? The Saint King from the Northern Domain, it is said that you have also obtained the inheritance of the ancient Saint clan, which made the Sky Sword sect and the Divine Dragon Path, the 2 major forces, to seal off the entire chaotic sea at all costs, just to capture you? Zhao Xinyan looked at Yifei. When she was not fighting, she looked more ladylike. At least she would not say that she would smash other people's eggs. Hearing Zhao Xinyan's words, One-Eyed and the others all looked at Yifei in disbelief. Didn't the Northern Domain decline a long time ago? How could the martial artist from the Northern Domain be so strong? The most important thing was that such a martial artist, comparable to the Central Continent's genius, was now standing in front of them. Not only had he joined the Star Cluster Stronghold, but he had also saved their lives. For a moment, the Wu Jun of the Star Cluster Stronghold were filled with mixed emotions. Yifei also understood their feelings. After all, he had concealed his identity and deceived everyone. He also knew that once his identity was exposed, it would be impossible for him to continue to stay in the Star Cluster Stronghold. This wasn't because Yifei didn't trust them, but because the opponents he was about to face were too strong. There was Divine Dragon Island, the Sky Sword sect, and now the Zheng family's mine. Any one of these forces wasn't something the Stellar Stockade could handle. So Yifei no longer concealed the truth, turned to Zhao Xinyan, and gave a cupped fist salute. Yes, I am Yifei. During this period of time, I was hiding in the Cluster of Stars village and made everyone bear the risk. I am really sorry. I will take my friends and leave the Cluster of Stars Island as soon as possible. Brother Yi, what are you saying? One-Eyed panicked when he heard this. Just as he was about to step forward to say something, Elder Lu hurriedly pulled him back, not allowing One-Eyed to speak. He then looked apologetically at Yifei. Brother Yi, it's not that we don't want to help you, but you know the situation of us itinerant cultivators. We have to be careful when dealing with the Zheng family's mine. We really can't afford to offend those big factions. Elder Lu looked at Yifei apologetically. It was clear that he wanted Yifei to leave the Cluster of Stars Island as soon as possible. Yifei also did not blame Elder Lu for burning the bridge after crossing the river. After all, with his current identity in the chaotic ocean, besides the Divine Fist sect, no one dared to take him in. If there's no other way, I can only go to the Divine Fist sect to try my luck. After all, I have some friendship with the young master of the Divine Fist sect. Yifei secretly pondered. When Elder Lu finished speaking, Yifei also nodded, once again assuring, after returning to the Cluster of Stars village, I will immediately take my friends and leave. Brother Yi, why are you in such a hurry? It doesn't matter if you stay for a few more days. Elder Lu said hypocritically, making One-Eyed frown. Finally, One-Eyed could not bear it any longer. Pointing to Elder Lu, he yelled, Surnamed Lu, if you want to drive us away, then drive us away. Why are you pretending to be a good person? Damn it, Brother Yi risked his own safety to save us. And you actually have such a face? Elder Lu was so angry that his fingers were trembling, his lips trembling as he pointed to One-Eyed and retorted, One-Eyed, you want to overturn the heavens. I am doing this for the entire Cluster of Stars village. Even the Master supports me. Who said I support you? The silent Zhao Xinyan finally spoke, and with just one sentence, Elder Lu almost fainted from anger. What? Master, you want to keep Yi Fei. Do you know what kind of hidden danger he will bring to us? This is offending two major forces. Elder Lu exclaimed in shock. But before he finished speaking, Zhao Shinian suddenly struck out, slapping Elder Lu unconscious on the ground, and also startled the other. Wu Jun, Master, you are humph. In this operation, there are only two people who knew that I would take action. One is Elder Lu, the other is Elder Tang. You all only knew that I was coming on the road, but at the Zheng family mine, Go Yidao and Zheng Wei, who were lying in ambush, seemed to have known that I would appear and deliberately waited for me. What do you think is going on? Zhao Shinian said very calmly. Only then did One-Eyed and the other martial lords come to a realization. Actually, they were also puzzled. It seemed that the Zheng family's mine had already planned for this operation. Even the resources of the mine were withdrawn ahead of time. That was clearly illogical. If it was not for the Zheng family's divine strategy, then there must be a spy in the cluster of Stars Village. At the beginning, many people suspected that the newcomer Yi Fei may be a spy. Now it seems that Elder Lu was the biggest suspect, not to mention that he was desperately trying to prevent Yi Fei from staying in the cluster of Stars Village. Damn it. As an elder, he betrayed us. Master, let me end him. One-Eyed angrily pulled out his sword. The other Wujun were also furious. It should be said that the most important thing for a loose cultivator was to be united. If they were not united, the Zheng family and other forces would have already come to the cluster of Stars Island and captured the loose cultivators as slaves. At this time, hearing that Elder Lu was most likely a traitor, everyone was naturally incomparably furious. Master, since there is nothing else, then I will take my leave first. Yi Fei knew that the next thing may be a family matter of the cluster of Stars Village, and as an outsider, it was not appropriate for him to be present. It was time to leave the cluster of Stars Island. Regardless of One-Eye's urging, Yi Fei turned to leave. Zhao Shinian looked at Yi Fei's departing figure, biting her red lips, as if she had decided on something. Shua! After ordering people to keep an eye on Elder Lu, Zhao Shinian suddenly appeared beside Yi Fei, very straightforwardly put her arm around Yi Fei's shoulder, and forcefully dragged Yi Fei to a place where there was no one. Yi Fei's face darkened with fright. This master wouldn't take a fancy to my strength and want to force me to be the mistress of the village. I would rather die than obey. Master, what are you doing? I have something to tell you. Let's go over there and talk. Zhao Shinian ignored Yi Fei's struggle and forcibly dragged Yi Fei into the dark forest. One-Eyed and the others were constantly snickering, no longer surprised by Zhao Shinian's manly style. They understood that since Zhao Shinian had made such a gesture, she most likely regarded Yi Fei as one of them. But at this time Yi Fei would rather Zhao Shinian treat him as an outsider. Master, there's no one here now. What do you want to tell me? Yi Fei asked. Yi Fei, you really want to leave like this? Do you know, apart from the cluster of Stars Island, there is absolutely no place for the martial artists of the northern domain in the chaotic sea. Zhao Shinian's expression was very serious. Chapter 736. Daughter of an old friend Zhao, Shinian nodded, understanding Yi Fei's difficulties. She still said very firmly, Yi Fei, since you have joined my star stronghold, you are one of us, not to mention you saved us. At this time, I will never drive you away. You and your friends can stay in the star stronghold for as long as you want. It could be seen that Zhao Shinian was a very forthright and responsible leader, but the problem was that the strength of the star stronghold was too weak, not even comparable to the Zheng family. How could Yi Fei let the star stronghold take the risk with him? And after the incident with the 10th prince, Yi Fei did not dare to casually trust other people. Even if Zhao Shinian could take him in, there is no guarantee that the other Wu Jun of the Star Stronghold would not be like Elder Lu and reject the martial artists of the Northern Domain or simply leak the information about him. Leader, I appreciate your kindness, but I can't implicate the Star Stronghold. If I don't leave, do you know what kind of disaster it will bring to the Star Stronghold? Yi Fei hoped to use this method to scare Zhao Shinian, but he clearly underestimated Zhao Shinian's courage. Hearing Yi Fei's words, Zhao Shinian was taken aback for a moment, then smiled indifferently, shaking her head. Yi Fei, you think I'm helping you by asking you to stay. In fact, I'm helping myself. What do you mean? Yi Fei scratched his head, a little confused. Without outsiders, Zhao Shinian very carefully looked around, and then looked very seriously at Yi Fei. Yi Fei, what I'm going to tell you next, you must not tell anyone, including the martial artists of the Northern Domain. Can you do that? This I can. Yi Fei still could not hold back his curiosity, nodding very seriously. Zhao Shinian smiled with satisfaction, nodding to Yi Fei with a strange expression. I also believe you. After all, I'm also considered half a martial artist of the Northern Domain. What? You're also for the Northern Territory? Yi Fei was startled, wondering if he had heard wrong. Zhao Shinian was suddenly a martial artist of the Northern Territory? Hee, you must be very surprised, right? When my mother told me about my background, I was also very surprised. The person I had always admired was actually my father, and he was from the northern region. All right, Yi Fei, do you know of a Zhao from the northern region? My mother said that that is the ancestral land of my Zhao family. Zhao Shinian blinked her eyes and asked Yi Fei curiously. Upon hearing this, Yi Fei was no longer surprised but deeply shocked. Zhao. This Zhao Shinian unexpectedly came from Zhao, and her surname was Zhao. Could it be? Yi Fei thought of a possibility. Zhao Shinian, Nian Zhao. Could it be Zhao Shinian's your father is the royal family of Zhao Kingdom of the 18 countries of the North Sea? Royal family? Sort of, but my mother said that my father seemed to hate his identity, so I know nothing about Zhao. All right, can you tell me something about Zhao? Zhao Shinian asked expectantly. Yi Fei could not help but smile bitterly, pointing to himself. Of course I can tell you, because I am from Zhao. All right, who is your father in Zhao? Is it Zhao Shunjian? But that was impossible. There were only two famous people in Zhao. One was Zhao Shunjian, but he had disappeared for thousands of years. Zhao Shun once said that Zhao Shunjian had a fortuitous encounter after going out to sea and did not go to the central continent, but directly broke through the void and went to other continents. Since it was not Zhao Shunjian, and looking at Zhao Shunjian's age, Yi Fei could not help but have a very strange thought. Zhao Shinian also understood what Yi Fei was thinking. She simply nodded. Yes, my father is Zhao Qianjun. Of course, when he left, my mother was just pregnant. He may not know that he has a daughter. What? You are senior brother Zhao's daughter. Yi Fei felt like vomiting blood. Although he had guessed, Yi Fei still found it a little hard to believe that Zhao Qianjun, with his demonic personality, had a romantic relationship in the chaotic sea. Zhao Shinian also looked at Yi Fei in surprise. You call my father senior brother? Have you seen my father? Tell me quickly. Because she was too excited, Zhao Shinian's tomboyish personality flared up. She grabbed Yi Fei's collar, trying to drag Yi Fei in front of her. Yi Fei's face darkened. No wonder when he saw Zhao Shinian use the sword. He felt it was particularly familiar. Yi Fei asked speechlessly, Zhao Shinian, you have comprehended the devouring sword intent. Yes, Yi Fei, just now you call my father senior brother. Don't tell me you. Zhao Shinian looked at Yi Fei even more excitedly. Yi Fei nodded silently. Boom! A pitch-black demon sword was already suspended behind him. Seeing the demon sword, Zhao Shinian also smiled. Behind her, there was also a pitch-black demon sword, but the aura was not as strong as Yi Fei's. I didn't expect us to have the same bloodline. Uncle Yi, can you tell me about my father in the Northern Domain, and where is he now? Zhao Shinian put away her demon sword. At this time, she had complete trust in Yi Fei. Yi Fei only wanted to vomit blood. His identity as a person abandoned by the heavens was really too unlucky. Of all people, he just had to meet Zhao Qianjuan's daughter. He inexplicably had a niece, and this niece seemed to be a few years older than him. Cough, cough. In fact, I don't know much about senior brother Zhao. We just happen to have the same master. Yi Fei thought for a moment, but still did not have the heart to tell her about Zhao Qianjuan's bloody experience. Instead, he simply said a few words, and began to ask about Zhao Qianjuan's experience in the outer sea. Zhao Shinian began to talk about her mother's experience. It turned out that when Zhao Qianjun entered the outer sea, he did not turn on the killing mode all the way. When he was suppressing the outer sea, he, like all the martial artists of the northern domain who went out to sea, suffered a lot of bullying and humiliation and once almost died. It was also at this time that Zhao Qianjun met Zhao Shinian's mother. The woman did not despise Zhao Qianjuan's identity as a demon, and even kindly saved him. Under the woman's care, the two developed feelings for each other over time. But Zhao Qianjun had suffered a deep emotional wound. The better the woman treated him, the more suspicious Zhao Qianjun was, and he dared not accept it. So after his cultivation was successful, and after resolving the grudge in the chaotic sea, Zhao Qianjun very decisively cut off this relationship and went to the central continent. Zhao Shinian's mother, because of this unexpected blow, died of depression. Hearing this, Yi Fei could not help sighing. Although it was very awkward to have a niece older than him, but she was Zhao Qianjuan's daughter, he had to take care of her. He could only very seriously look at Zhao Shinian. "Master, do you really want me to stay in the Cluster of Stars village?" Of course, the Cluster of Stars Island was established by my father and mother. "Uncle Yi, you have such a deep relationship with us. Don't you want to stay and help me get through this difficult time? Deal with the threat of Go Yidao and the Zheng family together?" Since she knew that Yi Fei had such a deep relationship with her father, Zhao Shinian, of course, would not be polite to Yi Fei and forced Yi Fei to stay. Chapter 737. Giving the game away, this was also the most strange thing about Yi Fei. Even if Zhao Shinian was beautiful, her character was very fiery. Why would he force Zhao Shinian to be his concubine? It was certainly not just because of Zhao Shinian's beauty. To deal with Yi Fei, Zhao Shinian had absolute trust in him at this moment, so she did not conceal anything. Instead, she frowned. "It should be Zheng Wei who discovered my identity. I once fought with him and used the complete devouring sword intent, and because of my father, the devouring sword intent is quite famous in the chaotic sea. My mother said that when my father first went to sea, he was only at the first layer of Wu Jun, but in just 1 year, he became an invincible and powerful person in the chaotic ocean. In addition to my father's talent, it is also related to his fortuitous encounter. And this encounter, besides my mother, only I know." After carefully listening to Zhao Shinian's narration, Yi Fei finally understood why Zheng Wei spent so much effort to forcibly possess Zhao Shinian. Her beauty was one aspect, but the secret she knew about Zhao Qianjun was Zheng Wei's main purpose. In this way, Yi Fei really could not stay out of the matter, because even without him, the Zheng family would not let go of the Star Stronghold. In this case, of course, he could not leave when Zhao Shinian was in danger. "Well, nephew, master, I've decided to stay and help you. You can also call me Yi Fei," Yi Fei said very firmly. "Okay, Uncle, it should be Yi Fei." Zhao Shinian was a little depressed that Yi Fei's uncle was younger than her, so she also addressed Yi Fei as an equal. After knowing each other's background, Yi Fei and Zhao Shinian also began to trust each other. The two walked out of the woods one after the other, and saw one-eyed and the others were still escorting the awakened Elder Lu. Seeing Zhao Shinian coming out, Elder Lu's eyes flashed with fear. "Master, please spare my life. I am not a spy. I absolutely did not betray the Star Stronghold." "Shut up. Lu, you're usually very petty, and you even ostracized Brother Yi just now. If you're not the spy, who else could it be?" One-eyed and the others were furious. If it were not for Zhao Shinian's order, they would have killed Elder Lu. Elder Lu's face was also ashen, but he still desperately screamed, trying to prove his innocence. Zhao Shinian's eyes became incomparably complicated. "Elder Lu, don't blame me. I know the rules of betraying the Star Group Stronghold." Zhao Shinian could not bear it, but she still raised the heavy sword in her hand. Elder Lu roared in despair. "Chief, you can kill me, but I'm definitely not a spy." Then, he closed his eyes and waited for death. Zhao Shunyan's sword did not strike down, because just as she was about to strike, Yi Fei's hand had already grasped her sword and shook his head at her. "This elder Lu shouldn't be a spy," Yi Fei said in a low voice. "Yi Fei, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? He just wanted to drive you away. Besides him, who else could it be?" It was not only Zhao Xinyan who thought so. One-Eyed and the others also felt that Elder Lu was the most suspicious. In fact, before he and Zhao Xinyan revealed the truth, Yi Fei also suspected that Elder Lu was a spy, but then he thought carefully and suddenly thought of something, which cleared Elder Lu of his suspicion. One-Eyed, do you remember at the mine, when the chief was surrounded by Goi Dao and was about to be caught? What did you do? Yi Fei did not explain, but asked One-Eyed. Of course, the chief has done us a great favor. When the chief is in trouble, of course we immediately rushed up and fought with Goi Dao and the other bastards. One-Eyed exclaimed. Yi Fei nodded, pacing back and forth, then pointed to another person. Then do you remember who was the first to rush up? The man immediately said, Elder Lu was the first to rush up, then we rushed up. Well, how could it be Elder Lu? The man seemed very surprised. One-Eyed and the others were also confused. Only Elder Lu seemed to understand something. He looked at Yi Fei with a complicated expression. He never would have thought that he had rejected Yi Fei at every turn. But in the end, it was Yi Fei who saved his life. I was actually saved by you again. Chief, I also struggled all the way from a rogue cultivator. I know the difficulties of us rogue cultivators, and know that the Star Cluster Stronghold is the only place for us rogue cultivators to settle down. No matter how muddle-headed I am, I will not betray the chief. Elder Lu let out a very painful sigh. One-Eyed and the others nodded one after another. In the end, if Elder Lu really was a spy, then at the mine, he should have stood on the side of the Zheng family and not risked his life to save Zhao Xinyan and was the first to rush up. Yi Fei also thought of this point, which cleared Elder Lu of suspicion. But since the spy is not Elder Lu, then who could it be? Yi Fei asked the crowd. Hearing this, Zhao Shunyan's face suddenly changed. Elder Lu suddenly understood something, stood up, and exclaimed in shock. How is that possible? Apart from me, only Elder Tang knew that the chief would come in person. The others only knew when we set off. It's impossible for them to tell. Don't tell me the spy is Elder Tang. One-Eyed and the others were in disbelief. Yi Fei looked at everyone strangely. Who is Elder Tang? Does he have a lot of prestige in the Star Cluster Stronghold? No one answered Yi Fei's question. Instead, they all subconsciously looked at Zhao Xinyan. Yi Fei also cast an inquiring look at Zhao Xinyan. Zhao Xinyan's expression became extremely complicated. It was a kind of shock, disbelief, sadness, and disappointment, making her voice hoarse. Elder Tang, he is my mother's relative, and also the elder who took care of me since I was young. I don't believe that he betrayed me. Zhao Shunyan's face twisted in pain. Yi Fei also understood this pain very well. It was not good to be betrayed by someone you trust. Not long ago, he had experienced it once. He did not expect it to be Zhao Shunyan's turn again. But understanding was one thing. Since Zhao Xinyan was Zhao Qianjun's daughter, and Zhao Qianjun had repeatedly helped him, Yi Fei could not bear to see Zhao Xinyan fall into danger. After a moment of silence, seeing that Zhao Shunyan's heart was in a mess, Yi Fei could only replace Zhao Xinyan and said to Elder Lu, Elder Lu, although you have been cleared of suspicion, it does not mean that you are not suspicious. Are you willing to completely prove your innocence? Young Master Yi, if there's anything, just tell me. I'm willing to do anything to prove my innocence. Elder Lu was very sensible. He had previously ostracized Yi Fei, hoping to drive Yi Fei away. But in the end, Yi Fei returned kindness for evil and had saved his life twice in a row. At this time, if he still went against Yi Fei, then he would have lived like a dog. Therefore, Elder Lu was very determined to stand on Yi Fei's side. Yi Fei was also very satisfied with Elder Lu's attitude. Very good, Elder Lu, then I'll have to trouble you to hurry back now. In this way, as long as Elder Tang is guilty, he will definitely give himself away. Young master's brilliant plan. I admire it. I will do as young master says. After listening to Yi Fei's words, Elder Lu's eyes lit up and could not help admiring Yi Fei even more. Powerful martial artists were very terrifying, but when the martial artist's battle strength was strong, his mind was also incomparably powerful. That was terrifying. Now Elder Lu was very fearful of Yi Fei and could no longer have the thought of going against Yi Fei. Hearing Yi Fei's order, he did not even have time to ask Zhao Xinian, and had already hurriedly ran into the domain gate and returned to the starry stronghold. Zhao Xinian did not stop him. She was also a smart person. Of course, she understood that this matter was related to the survival of the starry stronghold. She could not act emotionally, and could only let Yi Fei do what he wanted. Yi Fei, can we really find a spy like this? One-eyed and the other Wu Jun were still a little worried. Chapter 738. Wu Jun, Third Layer. Star Stockade. Elder Tang was sitting on a chair, leisurely drinking tea while waiting for news from the mine. Calculating the time, the master should have already started fighting with the masters of the Zheng family of the mine. Sigh. I don't know if there will be a Star Stockade after today. Gently blowing a mouthful of tea, Elder Tang finally stood up. Until now, he had not received any news from Zhao Xinian asking for help. Elder Tang immediately judged that Zhao Xinian was likely to have been captured by the Zheng family. It was time to launch the next step of the plan. Elder Tang's face flashed with a touch of hesitation and reluctance, but in the end his gaze became firm. Come, call all the remaining elders here. I have something very important to discuss with them. Bang! It was at this moment that the door was forcefully pushed open. The person who walked in was not a guard of the stockade, but Elder Lu, who was covered in scars. Elder Tang, something bad has happened. We have fallen into the Zheng family's trap, and a master suspect that I am a spy. Elder Tang, you are the master's most trusted person. You must help me this time. Elder Lu said with snot and tears running down his face. What? The master was not captured by the Zheng family, and she suspects that you are a spy. You actually escaped back and asked me for help? Elder Tang was taken aback by this series of news, his eyes flashing with a touch of panic. After all, the only person who knew in advance that Zhao Xinian would make a move, besides Elder Lu, was him, Tang Wen. Now Elder Lu was suspected of being a spy because Zhao Xinian had absolute trust in him and did not suspect him. But once Elder Lu was caught and found not to be a spy, the consequences would be very serious. Thinking of this, Elder Tang's heart flashed with a touch of panic, and his eyes gradually became fierce. He knew that the best way to wash away the suspicion was to immediately kill Elder Lu, and let Elder Lu bear the crime of being a spy. Old Lu, do you think I don't know you? You are the most loyal to the Stockade Master. How can you be a spy? The Stockade Master must have misunderstood something. Let me treat your injuries first. Then, we can go and explain to the Stockade Master together. Elder Tang revealed a kind smile and wanted to help Elder Lu up. If it were not for the deep coldness hidden in Elder Tang's eyes, Elder Lu would never have dreamt that the highly respected Tang Wan, who was absolutely trusted by Zhao Xinian, was a spy. Cough, cough. Then, I'll have to trouble Elder Tang to help me explain. Elder Lu continued coughing as if he was severely injured. Elder Tang was secretly delighted. If Elder Lu wasn't injured, he would still be a little worried about Elder Lu's strength. However, if Elder Lu was seriously injured, he was absolutely confident that he could kill Elder Lu in one strike. Haha, well said. Elder Lu, you and I are old friends. If I don't help you, who should I help? Don't worry, I won't let the chief kill you because the person who will kill you is me. Just a moment ago, he was still maintaining a smile, but the next moment, Elder Tang had already struck out like lightning. Even though Elder Lu was already prepared, he was still sent flying back while vomiting blood. It's you, Elder Tang. So you're the spy. You wanted to silence me and make me your scapegoat. I'll definitely expose you to the Stockade Master. Elder Lu spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew backwards, his face filled with terror. Ha! Elder Lu, you don't have that chance. Since the Stockade Master suspects you, then you will die here as a spy. Elder Tang sneered. He did not give Elder Lu a chance to escape. He once again struck out with his palm, intending to kill Elder Lu on the spot. Enough. It was also at this moment that Zhao Shunyan's angry and disappointed sigh came from outside. She walked in with a cold face and a look of disbelief. Seeing that Zhao Shunyan had returned so quickly without informing him in advance, Elder Tang's face turned ugly. He tried to seize the last opportunity, pointing to Elder Lu with a face full of anger. "Miss, he is a spy. He just tried to hurt me." "Elder Tang, I said that's enough. Elder Lu is not a spy. The real spy is you." Zhao Shunyan's face was full of anger, and then turned into deep sadness. "Elder Tang, you are my mother's family and my elder. You watched me grow up, and I have always regarded you as my grandfather. Why? Why did you betray me? Betray our star cluster stronghold? Miss, you and Elder Lu tricked me?" Elder Tang was completely taken aback. He knew Zhao Shunyan very well, and he would never have thought that Zhao Shunyan would use such a scheme. All of a sudden, Elder Tang could not understand Zhao Shunyan. Elder Lu, who was hiding in the back, once again prostrated himself in admiration of Yi Fei. As expected of the young Master Yi, it was so smooth, and the spy of our star cluster stronghold was caught. After Yi Fei returned to the star cluster stronghold and arranged the chess piece Elder Lu, he no longer paid attention to the power struggle of the star cluster stronghold. In the entire star cluster stronghold, the only person that Yi Fei really valued was Zhao Shunyan. Calculating the time, Zhao Shunyan should have found out the truth by now. Zheng Wei, that boy, has suffered a great loss in my hands, and will certainly come for revenge. Taking advantage of this time, I must work hard to improve my strength. While thinking, Yi Fei had already taken out the space belt that he had seized, unceremoniously erased the several spiritual imprints on it, and then used his own spiritual imprints to refine the space belt. Suddenly, Yi Fei felt like a bird gun had been replaced with a cannon. The quality of the space belt was obviously several grades higher than the space ring. The space contained in it was more than 10 times that of the space ring. Then Yi Fei began to look at the treasures inside the space belt. As a result, at first glance, Yi Fei suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. He rubbed his eyes hard and took another look. Yi Fei was so excited that he almost cried out. "What? There's so many spirit stones in Zheng Wei's space belt. There are 3 million lower-grade spirit stones, 3 million middle-grade spirit stones. The most precious and what Yi Fei needed the most were the upper-grade spirit stones. In this space belt, there were a total of 500,000. Of course, Yi Fei would never have thought that the space belt that he had casually plundered actually contained the total amount of the Zheng family's spiritual mines for the whole year. After confirming that the spirit stones inside were genuine, Yi Fei's breathing quickened. Such a good thing. Of course, it was best to absorb it immediately. That was the safest. So Yi Fei quickly took out all the upper-grade spirit stones, and the 12 primordial spirits in his body began to frantically absorb the energy of these spirit stones. With the support of a total of 500,000 upper-grade spirit stones, even if Yi Fei had 12 primordial spirits, they were quickly filled and began to break through. Everything happened naturally. Under the repeated impact of the huge amount of spiritual qi, it only took a day's time for Yi Fei to break through to the 3rd layer of Wu Jun Boom. When they sensed the movement coming from Yi Fei's room, Zhao Shunyan and Elder Lu, who had rushed over, were very shocked, and One-Eye's eyeballs were about to fall to the ground. It can't be. Not long ago, Brother Yi broke through to the 2nd layer of Wu Jun. It's only been a few days. He actually broke through to the 3rd layer of Wu Jun. Chapter 739. Discussion. I didn't expect to break through Wu Jun's 3rd tier so easily. The effect of spirit stones is extraordinarily powerful. Yi Fei sighed. In the northern region, if one wanted to break through to the titled Wu Jun, one had to cultivate step by step and accumulate time. However, in the chaotic ocean, due to the existence of large amounts of spirit stones, many martial kings could use spirit stones to break through easily. Such an advantage was simply unimaginable in the northern region. I've absorbed all the high-grade spirit stones. What should I do with the remaining mid-grade and low-grade spirit stones? Should I absorb them too and increase my strength a bit? Yi Fei thought greedily. Suddenly, a small head popped out from his body. Seeing that Yi Fei wanted to take all the spirit stones for himself, Xiao Qiao was so angry that her cheeks puffed up. She jumped out of the beast-marked space barefoot and hugged the space belt with her small hands, refusing to let go. Yi Fei couldn't help but laugh. He rubbed Xiao Qiao's head and said, "Xiao Qiao, you finally couldn't hold back." Only now did Xiao Qiao realize that Yi Fei was teasing her. Not only did her cheeks puff up, but she also pouted. However, when she saw the large amount of spirit stones in the space belt, Xiao Qiao still began to drool. Then, she hugged the space belt and sucked with all her strength. Boom! Yi Fei stared at Xiao Qiao with wide eyes. She absorbed all the spirit stones in one breath. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but after absorbing so much spirit energy, Xiao Qiao seemed to have grown a bit. She went from 4 or 5 years old to 5 or 6 years old. Her weight also increased a bit. Xiao Qiao also sensed the changes in her body. She happily jumped up on the spot and then rubbed her round belly in distress. Whoosh! Xiao Qiao had already rushed back into the beast-marked space. She covered herself with a small spiritual medicine blanket and went back to sleep. Yi Fei also understood that Xiao Qiao was not sleeping, but cultivating in her sleep. His eyes were red with envy. To be able to cultivate in her sleep, what a heaven-defying skill. At this time, Yi Fei's space belt was also empty. His face couldn't help but turn bitter. The older Xiao Qiao grows, the more she can eat. In the future, I will be eaten to death. It seems that he must work harder to earn spirit stones. Yi Fei shook his head and finally walked out of his room. As soon as he went out, he saw countless strange eyes looking at him. Not only Jing Wushou and the others, but also Zhao Xinian and elders of the Star Village. Yi Fei Zhao. By Zhao Xinian. By Xinian, Yi Fei. It's done. He told me everything. Zhao Xinian's tone was very bleak. The feeling of being betrayed by the most trusted person was very unpleasant. Yi Fei also nodded in understanding, then glanced at Jing Wushou and the others. Suddenly, Yi Fei thought of something, pulled out the saint weapon Azure Dragon Spear, and threw it to Shifeng. Shifeng, this is for you. Senior brother Jing, you stay here and cultivate. I have something to discuss with the master. Okay, junior brother Yi, you go ahead. Jing Wushou also nodded. He understood that in the sea of chaos, only the titled Wu Jun had a certain right to survive. So during this period of time, Jing Wushou and the others had been cultivating very crazily. Now that they saw Yi Fei give Shifeng a saint weapon, it greatly stimulated them. Unfortunately, apart from Shifeng, who had comprehended the will of the Shattered Will, which was a jack of all trades, the others had either comprehended sword intent or blade intent. Everyone was envious of Shifeng's luck and secretly regretted that they had not comprehended the spear intent. Of course, these martial artists of the northern region did not know that Yi Fei had given the Azure Dragon Spear to Shifeng not only because Shifeng's martial will was the most suitable for the Azure Dragon Spear, but most importantly because Yi Fei was very regretful about the death of the 10th Prince. And Shifeng had the best relationship with the 10th Prince. Giving Shifeng the Azure Dragon Spear was also a kind of remembrance of the 10th Prince by Yi Fei. Master, have you asked clearly? Why did Elder Tang betray you? Yi Fei and Zhao Xinian led a group of elders back to the meeting hall, and then began to discuss the next plan. When he saw that there were so many spirit stones in the space belt, Yi Fei knew that the Zheng family had suffered such a huge loss and would definitely take revenge on him in the Star Stronghold. Not to mention that the loose cultivator forces on the other side of the Star Stronghold had become the dogs of the Zheng family. This had also directly led to the division of the Star Stronghold into 2 parts. The elders of the Star Stronghold also looked at Zhao Xinian with incomparable worry, waiting for her to make a decision. But since discovering that the most trusted Elder Tang was a traitor, Zhao Xinian's heart was in a mess. What good idea could she come up with at this time? Hearing Yi Fei's question, Zhao Shinian gave a weak and bitter smile. The reason why Elder Tang betrayed us was because he was nearing the end of his life, so the Zheng family used a life-continuing pill to tempt him, and he betrayed us. Just a life-continuing pill. He betrayed us so easily? Yi Fei was very surprised, and even more unable to understand. The elders of the Star Stronghold all smiled bitterly upon hearing this. One-Eyed sighed. Young Master Yi, you're not a loose cultivator. You don't know the difficulties of us loose cultivators. We want resources, but we don't have resources. We want cultivation techniques, but we don't have cultivation techniques. Those Wu Jun of the big sects, when their life is coming to an end, can still use treasures and pills to prolong their life and live for decades or hundreds of years. Perhaps during this period of time, they can break through a new realm and gain more life. We lose cultivators. Once our life is coming to an end, if we can't find treasures to prolong our life, then we can only watch ourselves gradually die of old age day by day. That kind of feeling, if it was a strong-willed person, they may eventually collapse. One-Eye's words made many elders present nod in agreement. Yi Fei also noticed that among the loose cultivators Wu Jun present, apart from One-Eyed, most of them were in their 70s or 80s and did not have much life left. He also sighed with emotion. Zhao Shinian clenched her teeth, saying resolutely, "Even so, but it is a fact that Elder Tang betrayed the Star Stronghold. I will never forgive him. Yes, according to the rules of the Star Stronghold, once betrayed, they will be hacked into pieces. We must not sympathize with this traitor." The several old Wu Jun present were furious. Their life was also coming to an end, but they had never thought of betraying the Star Stronghold, betraying loose cultivators. At this time, Zhao Shinian's eyes became even more gloomy. She raised her hand and ordered people to bring Elder Tang forward, saying with a sullen face, "Elder Tang, you have disappointed me. We're going to kill you now. Do you have anything to say?" "Miss, I have nothing to say. I was muddled for a moment, greedy for life, and afraid of death. I have let down Madam's trust. I have let down Mrs. Trust." Elder Tang was full of regret. This was a big mistake made by a moment of evil thoughts, and the evidence was irrefutable. Even if Zhao Shinian wanted to let him go, the elders around could not tolerate his behavior. "Miss, we request that this person be hacked into pieces immediately, and let others know the consequences of betraying us." Chapter 740. Strategizing while the elders of the Starry Stronghold were agitated. Elder Tang's expression was very strange. It was not the fear of death, but a kind of relief, like he was relieved. A person who was afraid of death, in the face of death, would have such an expression? Yi Fei suddenly had a suspicion. Something was wrong. This Elder Tang must be hiding something. Seeing that the elders were about to drag Elder Tang out. "Wait!" Yi Fei stood up and walked to Elder Tang's side in large strides. He said in a deep voice, "Elder Tang, you definitely didn't betray the Stockade Master for a life-continuing pill. You have other reasons. If you tell me, I can consider letting the Stockade Master give you a lighter sentence." "What? Elder Tang is hiding something." Zhao Shinian's gloomy eyes suddenly flashed with a glimmer of light. Until now, she still could not believe that the elder who had taken care of her for decades would betray their relationship for a life-continuing pill. "No, I have nothing to say. I am a traitor. Hurry up and kill me." Elder Tang's eyes flashed with a hint of panic, and even his tone became firm. This was clearly not in line with his greedy personality. Yi Fei could not help but smile, understanding that Elder Tang must be hiding something. Yi Fei did not say anything, but gave Zhao Shinian a meaningful glance. Zhao Shinian nodded knowingly, walked over, and looked at Elder Tang with a complicated expression. "Uncle Tang, I was brought up by you. In my heart, your position is as important as my father. Can't you tell me the reason why I betrayed you?" "Miss, I can't say. Elder Tang desperately shook his head, But Zhao Xinyan did not say anything. She just pulled out a dagger and pointed it at her own throat. Speak, or I will die in front of you. I was brought up by you. Now, I will give my life back to you. No, miss, you can't do this if you die. How can I face madam? Elder Tang finally broke down. Yifei also did not expect Zhao Xinyan to be so unyielding. Fortunately, Elder Tang still had a little conscience. He could only whisper with a red face, Miss, I am sorry. I know I don't have much time left. I was muddle-headed and found a woman outside and gave birth to a son. What? Elder Tang has a woman outside and even a son? The elders of the Starry Stronghold were shocked. Yifei also almost vomited blood. How was this muddle-headed? This was simply melodramatic. One must know that Elder Tang was already several hundred years old. Furthermore, he had one foot in the coffin. Yet, he was only thinking of marrying and having children at this time. It was no wonder that Elder Tang would rather be beaten to death than admit it. It was simply too humiliating. But Yifei finally understood the real reason for Elder Tang's betrayal. It turned out that although the matter of Elder Tang marrying and having children was kept a secret, it was still discovered by Go Yidao. So Go Yidao captured Elder Tang's wife and children, and forced Elder Tang to be his spy, and constantly betrayed the intelligence of the Starry Stronghold. This was also the reason why Zhao Xinyan discovered that the loose cultivators of the Starry Stronghold often disappeared. They were all caught by Go Yidao and sold to the Zheng family's mine as free laborers. Miss, I was muddle-headed. After finally saying these things, Elder Tang was already too ashamed to show his face. Uncle Tang, you are already so old, yet you still do this kind of thing. I don't care about you anymore. Zhao Xinyan was both ashamed and angry. She did not know how to deal with it. So she simply shouldered the heavy sword and went into the sky to vent her anger. The group of elders could only look at Yifei. Yifei pondered for a moment. Now that he understood that Elder Tang was forced, he suddenly had a good idea. Elder Tang, do you want to save your wife and children? Young Master Yi, I know that you want to use me as a traitor, but that is impossible. Even if your strength is astonishing, it is impossible for you to be a match for the Zheng family and the three great sections. Elder Tang looked at Yifei with a sneer, and a look of disdain flashed across his eyes. Evidently, he did not think highly of Yifei's identity as a martial artist of the northern region. Yifei was not annoyed when he heard this, but took out a token and waved it around. If I can't do it, then what about this? It can at least give you a little confidence in me, right? This is the Zhen Wu token of the Zhen Wu Sacred Academy. How is that possible? You are a martial artist of the northern region. How could you have such a thing? Just as Yifei thought, the Zhongzhou Sacred Academy was a great deterrent to martial artists from the outer seas. Seeing the Zhen Wu token with his own eyes, the disdain in Elder Tang's eyes suddenly turned into shock, and then into surprise. If Yifei was alone, he would not have had much hope for Yifei. However, if Yifei was related to the Zhongzhou Sacred Academy, then perhaps Yifei could really save his wife and children. Young Master Yi, save me. Elder Tang knelt down to Yifei on the spot. Elder Tang, don't worry. I can save your wife and children, as long as you cooperate with me and send a message to Go Yidao. Yifei smiled, already having a bold idea in his mind. At the same time, as Yifei was formulating his plan, Zheng Wei had finally gathered all the troops in a mine, and with the support of the Zheng family's masters, he angrily rushed to the Star Cluster Island. Go Yidao immediately led some people to welcome Zheng Wei into the Star Cluster stronghold. Just as he was about to give Zheng Wei a welcome dinner, Zheng Wei, who was in a hurry to take back his belt, waved his hands impatiently. No need for formalities. Go Yidao, I order you to immediately light up the stronghold and attack the Star Cluster stronghold. Yes, Gongzi's order. Go Yidao, will kill everyone in the Star Cluster fortress to vent Gongzi's anger. Go Yidao immediately prostrated himself, his head close to the ground, and his buttocks high up. His comical appearance made Zheng Wei burst into laughter. He was very satisfied with Go Yidao's performance, but he still waved his hand and ordered Go Yidao, "Go Yidao, you can kill the other people in the Star Cluster Fortress, but that Yi Fei and Zhao Xinian, you must capture them alive. Gongzi, that Yi Fei has an ancient inheritance, we can capture him, but that Zhao Xinian, although somewhat beautiful, has a fierce personality and is a lowly loose cultivator. Why is Gongzi so obsessed with such a woman?" Sitting next to Zheng Wei was an elder of the Zheng family. This person was called Zheng Jing. Not only was he the confidant of Zheng Wei's father, but also had the battle strength of the 10th layer of Wujun. When he heard that Zheng Wei wanted to take a loose cultivator as his concubine, he was inevitably displeased. When Zheng Wei heard this, he immediately waved the crowd away, leaving only Go Yidao to serve him, and then smiled sinisterly. "Hey, this Zhao Xinian is not as simple as a loose cultivator. Her real identity is actually Zhao Qianjun's daughter." "What? The demon Zhao Qianjun. The Zhao Qianjun who almost destroyed the 3 major sects. That Zhao Xinian is actually his daughter?" Zheng Jing was greatly shocked. Although Zhao Qianjun had only stayed in the chaotic ocean for a short period of time, but in 1 year he had reached the 10th layer of Wujun, and in 1 year he had reached the realm of a powerful person. This was enough to shock all the martial artists in the chaotic ocean. Chapter 741. Sneak attack on the Star Fortress. Seeing Zheng Jing and Go Yidao looking at him in shock, Zheng Wei felt an indescribable joy. He loved to see other people's surprised expressions. "Haha, how is it? You didn't think of it, right? Even I was shocked when I discovered Zhao Shinian's identity." Speaking of this, Zheng Wei's eyes flashed with an irrepressible fiery light. "In order to determine the identity of Zhao Xinian, I spent a full year investigating Zhao Qianjun and discovered the secret of Zhao Qianjun breaking through to the earth-penetrating expert realm in 1 year." "What, Zheng Wei, you found the secret of Zhao Qianjun breaking through to the earth-penetrating realm. Is this matter also related to Zhao Xinian?" Zheng Jing's eyes also became fiery. After all, it was the earth-penetrating realm. Although there were many Wu Jun in the chaotic ocean, there were very few people who could really become earth-penetrating realm. Such people like Zhao Qianjun all went to the central continent. Understanding the importance of destroying the Star Fortress, Zheng Jing had a whole new level of respect for Zheng Wei. He immediately declared, "Eldest Gongzi, as long as you can capture Yi Fei and Zhao Xinian and obtain the inheritance of the sacred sect and the secret of Zhao Qianjun breaking through to the earth-penetrating realm, I will absolutely support you in the family. And me, I am also willing to pledge my life to follow eldest Gongzi." Go Yidao also said with incomparable excitement, "Haha, well said. When I become the head of the family, I will not forget your contributions." Zheng Wei smiled with great satisfaction. He revealed these secrets in order to completely win over Zheng Jing and Go Yidao, these 2 masters, as his confidants in the battle for the head of the family. Now it seems that his plan was proceeding very smoothly. Very good. Then let's go now and destroy the Star Fortress. Since he had expressed his loyalty, Zheng Jing could not wait to go and destroy the Star Fortress and show his ability. Zheng Wei also nodded at once and was about to speak when Go Yidao's face suddenly changed. "Young lord, I have the latest information from Tangwen. Tangwen, that seems to be Zhao Shinian's right-hand man. You let him be a spy. Is he really reliable?" Zheng Wei frowned. Go Yidao nodded with certainty and said, "Absolutely reliable. That old bastard Tang only had a son when he was old. Now that his woman and son are in my hands, even if I tell him to die, he will definitely agree." "What information did Tang send?" Zheng Wei nodded and asked curiously. Go Yidao hurriedly caught the communication talisman that flew in, and with just one glance his face changed dramatically. "Gongzi, not good. Tang has sent a secret report. Yi Fei found a huge amount of spirit stones in your space belt, and knows he has caused a big trouble. He and Zhao Xinian are now together with the people of the Star Citadel. planning to escape the chaotic ocean and run to other seas to develop. What? What did you say? That Yi Fei destroyed my spiritual imprint. He actually wants to escape with all the spirit stones? Damn it. I can't let him escape. That's my Zheng clan's annual output. The most important thing was that 80% of the spirit stones produced by the Zheng family's mine were to be handed over to the three major sections. Once the three major sects learned that their share had been taken away, it was very likely that they would destroy the Zheng family in a fit of anger. Understanding the seriousness of the matter, even Zheng Jing, the 10th layer Wu Jun, did not dare to be negligent. He said to Zheng Wei in a low voice, "Gongzi, nothing must happen to that batch of spirit stones. Zhao Xinian and Yi Fei, these two people, our Zheng family must capture them. Yes, pass down the order, everyone go out to sea and seal off the entire star citadel. Go Yi Dao, take all your people with you." With that, Zheng Wei and Zheng Jing rushed out to gather people. Although the Zheng family was not as powerful as the three major sects, but they were still able to seal off the star citadel. Take all of them out? Go Yi Dao frowned. This way the star citadel would not be defenseless, but then he could not help sneering, thinking that he was being too paranoid. With Gongzi Zheng and Zheng Jing, the 10th layer Wu Jun here, the star citadel is now a stray dog. There is nothing to worry about. So Go Yi Dao only left behind a few people and took his own elite troops to follow Zheng Wei out to sea to catch up with Yi Fei and the others who had escaped. Of course, Zheng Wei and Go Yi Dao would never have thought that Yi Fei and Zhao Xinian were standing very far away from the Star Citadel. On a nearby deserted island, Zheng Wei's fleet was like a dark cloud heading towards the island controlled by the Star Citadel. Elder Lu and Elder Tang were also dumbstruck. It's so simple. Most of the Zheng family's people were tricked out. Brother Ye's brilliant plan, Go Yi Dao, took the main force out of the nest. This is the best opportunity for us to attack them. One-Eyed and the others were so excited that they almost shouted. Yi Fei smiled, waiting until Go Yi Dao was almost far away, before he turned his head and asked Zhao Xinian, "Master, should we do it?" "Of course we should. The opportunity cannot be missed. This is the best opportunity to attack Go Yi Dao," Zhao Xinian said with certainty. "I must save my son." Elder Tang's eyes were red. "Charge in, kill Go Yi Dao's bastard subordinates." Elder Lu and One-Eyed roared, after receiving Yi Fei's order to attack. All the martial artists gathered in the Star Citadel. There were more than 10,000 Martial King level loose cultivators, all roared and charged towards the defenseless Star Citadel. This immediately caused the small number of loose cultivators in the Star Citadel to fall into chaos. Not good. The people of the Star Citadel are coming. Quickly go inform Elder Ma. Being attacked, the loose cultivators in the Star Citadel reacted very quickly. At the same time, the fortress of the Star Citadel was very strong, and under normal circumstances, even in the face of an army of 10,000 martial kings, the fortress's formation could withstand for a month. Elder Ma also came to the front of the fortress's sentry post. When he saw the tens of thousands of loose cultivators of the Star Citadel outside, and saw that the one leading them was Zhao Xinian, the 6th layer Wu Jun, Elder Ma's face suddenly turned pale. "Not good. We've fallen into a trap. Pass down the order. Immediately call the Lord and Gongzi Zheng back. The others must hold on until our main force returns." "Sorry, you don't have that chance anymore." Since they had decided to attack the Star Citadel and cut off one of the Zheng family's arms, Yi Fei, of course, was fully prepared and also expected that the enemy may use a formation to defend. This was also what Zhao Xinian was most worried about. Once the formation of the Star Citadel was activated, they may not be able to bite this hard bone in a short period of time. But very soon, Zhao Xinian and the others found that they were completely worried for nothing. Yi Fei also did not give Elder Ma a chance to activate the formation. He had already used the secret technique of 100 miles in an instant, instantly moving 100 miles, and at the same time appeared inside the Star Citadel. No matter how strong the defense was, once the enemy rushed inside, the defense would be of no use. Yi Fei, it's you. You can teleport such a long distance? Elder Ma could not believe his eyes when he saw Yi Fei rushing into the fortress in the blink of an eye. Chapter 742. Furious. Facing Elder Ma, who is only at the first level of the martial lord realm, Yi Fei didn't even need to use any martial skills. He just relied on his super long movement distance of 100 miles in an instant and the Phoenix Bloodsword in his hand. Just like that, he insta-killed the titled martial lord guarding the Star Cluster fort. That scene also frightened the weapons in the hands of the other loose cultivators in the fort. Although Elder Ma was only at the first level of the martial lord realm, it shouldn't be so exaggerated, right? He was actually killed without even being able to block a single sword strike. How terrifying would the person who attacked be? Gosh, how did the Starry Fortress provoke such a horrifying enemy? Who is that? He killed Elder Ma. What should we do? Without Wu Jun, we can't activate the formation. Inside the Starry Fortress, thousands of individual warriors surrounded Yi Fei noisily, but they didn't dare to move forward. For one thing, Yi Fei's combat strength was too horrifying. For another, Elder Ma died before he could activate the formation. Looking at the tens of thousands of warriors rushing in, even a fool would know that the Starry Fortress couldn't hold on any longer. Hence, not long after Yi Fei killed Elder Ma, there was no need for Yi Fei to send out a second sword strike. The loose cultivators in the fortress were already in a state of chaos, pushing and shoving one another as they fled for their lives. When Yi Fei saw this, he shook his head inwardly. Not only were there all kinds of individual warriors, but in terms of cohesion, they weren't even as united as the Zheng family, let alone the three major sections. Those people were just a bunch of loose sand. Yi Fei wasn't interested in attacking the individual warriors who were running away. He simply stood next to Elder Ma's body and guarded the core of the defensive formation. As long as the defensive formation of the Starry Fortress couldn't be activated, there was basically no suspense in the battle. Even though those individual warriors were fiercely resisting in order to run for their lives, the tragedy was that Wu Jun had been killed by Yi Fei. The remaining martial kings couldn't put up much of a fight against the tens of thousands of martial kings and Wu Jun from the Starry Fortress. In less than an hour, the resistance of the entire Star Cluster Fortress had completely disappeared. Of course, the fortress had also been firmly occupied. One-eyed, Elder Lu and the other Wu Jun from the Stellar Stronghold were extremely shocked by this result. It wasn't like they hadn't fought against the Stellar Stronghold before. Usually, both sides would end in a draw, or both sides would suffer. Destroying the enemy's home without shedding a drop of blood like this had never happened before in the chaotic battles of the rogue cultivators on Cluster Star Island. As expected of young Master Yi, not only is he freakishly strong, but he's also so terrifying when leading troops in a battle. One-eyed in the other side, Jing Wushou, on the other hand, was very dissatisfied. In their opinion, the rogue cultivators of the Stellar Stronghold were just SOSO. If they were in command, the results would definitely be more glorious. Looks like our northern territory isn't that weak after all. At the very least, if we were the ones leading the troops, we'd definitely be able to crush those loose cultivators outside. Jing Wushou conversed with Shifeng. Sigh, it's a pity that more than a dozen of them managed to escape. Long Gang sighed. Yi Fei happened to pass by and couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Isn't that better? Let them report back. It's better to attack their morale. And it's also good for our defense. Oh, that's right. It'll make them angry. The eyes of Jing Wushou and the others lit up. Since the Stellar Stronghold had been captured, and the wife and children of Elder Tang who were imprisoned here were also successfully rescued, Elder Tang personally came over and once again apologized to Yi Fei. Young Master Yi, Elder Tang, don't say anything. I don't agree with your behavior, but it's understandable. If you want to apologize, you should apologize to the Master. Yi Fei's words made Elder Tang's face full of shame, so he turned around to apologize to Zhao Xinian. Zhao Xinian was still very angry. Ignoring Elder Tang, she walked over to Yi Fei and asked, Yi Fei, what should we do next? Defend. Yi Fei analyzed in a low voice. We took down the stellar stronghold in order to prevent the ordinary loose cultivators and fertile land of the stellar stronghold from being destroyed. But our strength, compared to the Zheng family and Go Yidao, is still far behind. At present, the most important thing is to defend this stronghold and first consume their forces. The weaker the enemy is, the more advantageous it is for us. Okay, let's do that, Zhao Xinyan said happily. We'll listen to young Master Yi. After witnessing Yi Fei's ability, everyone in the stellar stronghold admired Yi Fei very much, especially Elder Lu and Elder Tang. The two who were at fault but still received kindness from Yi Fei. They were extremely grateful to Yi Fei. The other side, Go Yidao, who was leading a large group of troops out to sea, suddenly had a feeling of uneasiness. Zheng Wei looked at the vast sea, not to mention loose cultivators. Not even a bird could be seen. He also flew into a rage. Go Yidao, what are you doing? Didn't you say that Yi Fei was going to escape? We've been lying in ambush on the sea for so long. How come we haven't seen a single person passing by? Young Master Zheng, I don't know, but that old thing Tang Wen's wife and children are in my hands. He shouldn't have the guts to give me false information. Go Yidao was also very puzzled. It was Zheng Jing who helped to put in a good word. Forget it. It's probably that group of loose cultivators moving too slowly. Let's wait a little longer. Anyway, the entire stellar stronghold is under our surveillance. Once Yi Fei escapes, he will definitely be discovered by us. Then let's wait a little longer. Go Yidao, tell your people to stay alert and go to the stellar stronghold to see what's going on. Zheng Wei could only suppress his anger and continue to wait on the sea. In the end, they waited for another 6 hours. Even if the loose cultivators of the stellar stronghold were snails, they should have crawled over by now, but there was still no sign of them on the sea. Zheng Wei was enraged and was discussing with Zheng Jing whether they should continue waiting. The dozen or so loose cultivators of the stellar stronghold who had luckily escaped finally escaped and reported that the stellar stronghold had been lost. This gave Zheng Wei and the other two a fright. When he heard that his home had been raided, Go Yidao was so angry that he fainted on the spot. He tried his best to take a deep breath for a long time before he barely managed to hold himself back from fainting from anger. Needless to say, it must be that old bastard Tang Wen who betrayed us. Damn it, when we go back, I'll chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Men, follow me back and take back the stellar stronghold. Go Yidao was furious. He had ambushed Yi Fei here, but in the end, Yi Fei had turned around and raided his home. There was nothing more infuriating than this. Zheng Wei's face was also filled with immense anger. Only now did he realize that he had actually been played like a monkey by Yi Fei. Not only had he waited for half a day and lost a lot of morale, but most importantly, Yi Fei had raided his home. Pass down the order. Go back and defend. Yi Fei, I'll definitely kill you today. Zheng Wei roared with a face full of humiliation. Zheng Jing frowned again and reminded Zheng Wei, Eldest young master, we only sealed off 3 sides of the stellar stronghold. We didn't seal off Go Yidao's home. If Yi Fei escapes from there, we might not be able to catch up. These words almost angered Zheng Wei to death. He kept roaring at Go Yidao. Listen up, Go Yidao. If Yi Fei escapes from there, I'll skin you alive. Go Yidao was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He could only roar at his subordinates. Run faster. When we go back, I'll tear Yi Fei to pieces. My home. Chapter 743. The great battle begins inside the Star Fortress. Zhao Xinyan was also leading the elders of the Star Fortress to count their harvest as quickly as possible. When they saw the mountain-like pile of spirit stones, even though they knew that Go Yidao must have obtained a lot of benefit from cooperating with the Zheng family, everyone present was still taken aback. My God, 5 million low-grade spirit stones, 50 million spirit crystals. Where did Go Yidao obtain such a large amount of wealth? Not only that, we also found pills from the 1st grade to the 10th grade of the heaven level. There's also a bottle of life continuing pills. Of course, this bottle of life continuing pills was specially given to Go Idao by Zheng Wei, and at the same time to rope in the rogue cultivator Wu Jun. Now the elders of the Star Fortress certainly did not hesitate to accept it. Even Elder Tang, a sinful person, because of the large number of life continuing pills, was also given one. Thank you, Master. Thank you, young Master Yi. Elder Tang and the others' hands trembled as they held the life continuing pills, almost suspecting that they were dreaming. Seeing that Zhao Xinian did not care and had distributed the precious life continuing pills to a group of elders, Yi Fei understood that this was Zhao Shinian's usual forthright style, but he still could not help shaking his head. He felt that Zhao Xinian may be a good master, but in terms of leading an army and fighting a war, Zhao Xinian was still a little lacking. If it were Yi Fei, he certainly would not immediately distribute these life-continuing pills, but would use these life-continuing pills to motivate Elder Tang and the others, so that in the face of the Zheng family and Go Idao's counterattack, they would certainly fight to the death. When he saw that Zhao Xinian wanted to distribute the spirit stones again, Yi Fei could not help but walk over to remind Zhao Xinian, "Master, if we distribute the treasures now, everyone will only care about themselves, who will be willing to fight." "Ah, Yi Fei, why didn't you say so earlier?" Zhao Xinian finally realized that she had made a mistake. She could not be blamed. The battle between rogue cultivators was equivalent to a melee. And Yi Fei, Jing Wushou, and the others had all experienced the battle of millions of troops, which was also incomparably valuable experience. "For Master, we can leave the spirit stones here. You could just tell everyone that if we can defend the Stellar Fortress, we will distribute the spirit stones. If we can't, we will destroy them all. That way, everyone will definitely defend with all their might," Yi Fei suggested. "All right, we'll do as you say. But Yi Fei, why do I feel that you're more like the Master? Why don't you be the Master, and I'll be the Master's wife?" Zhao Xinian suddenly smiled and cast a sidelong glance at Yi Fei. It was also this glance that made Yi Fei break out in a cold sweat. The Stockade Master's idea was extremely dangerous. "Haha, look at how scared you are. I was just joking with you. Why are you so nervous?" Zhao Xinian laughed heartily, finally feeling that she had one around in front of Yi Fei. Yi Fei was suddenly speechless. Then Zhao Xinian, according to Yi Fei's method, officially announced to everyone that as long as they defend the Star Cluster Stronghold, the Mountain of Spirit Stones would be theirs. The entire Star Cluster Stronghold, from the elders to the ordinary cultivators, all roared with excitement. "We must defend the Star Cluster Stronghold. These spirit stones must be ours. We won't give it to anyone." "Not good. The Zheng family and Go Idao's people are back. They have a lot of people." Yi Fei and a group of elders were standing at the front of the stronghold. Hearing the report of the scout, he looked up into the distance and saw that on the distant horizon, there were countless Zheng family troops. And this was just the Zheng family's front line. There were more than 10,000 people. When the troops outside all gathered, the number would only be more. Seeing that there were so many people at the front line, the elders of the Star Cluster Stronghold all had a change of expression. Zhao Xinian also looked anxiously at Yi Fei, asking, "Yi Fei, what should we do?" "Zheng Wei, that guy's crazy. We didn't cause any damage to the Zheng family's mine. He actually brought the entire mine over." Yi Fei looked at the tens of thousands of people gradually gathering outside, speechless. "I just snatched your space belt. Do you have to hate me to this extent?" Of course, Yi Fei did not know that the space belt he snatched stored all the spirit stones of the Zheng family's mine. At this moment, Zheng Wei did not hate Yi Fei. He simply had an irreconcilable enmity with Yi Fei. "Yi Fei, Zhao Xinian, you two listen well. If you are willing to surrender, I can consider not killing you, and can even take you as my subordinates." Zheng Wei rushed to the sky, his eyes cold and arrogant, especially when he saw that there were only 10,000 loose cultivators who attacked the Star Cluster Stronghold, and most of them were weak, his eyes became even more disdainful. "Hey, isn't this young Master Zhang? Thank you very much last time. That space belt was very good, but unfortunately there were not many spirit stones inside. I use it all up in a while. What a pity." Yifei deliberately took out the space belt and waved it around. Zheng Wei and Zheng Jing's expressions changed at the same time. What? Yifei actually refined all the spirit stones inside so quickly. Damn it, that's the total amount of our Zheng family's mine in a year. If we don't have these spirit stones, how are we going to explain it to the three major sects? Zheng Wei's face was deathly pale. Evil creature, how dare you do this? Kill in and capture this evil creature. My Zheng family will skin him alive. Zheng Jing, a 10th-stage Wu Jun, was so angry that his body was trembling. Go Yidao, who was standing at the back, was so angry that the veins on his forehead were like springs when he saw the fortress that he had worked so hard to cultivate become the enemy's stronghold. When he heard Zheng Jing's order, Go Yidao could no longer hold back. He pulled out his saber and pointed it forward angrily. The many Wu Jun, who had been burning with anger, all roared and rushed to the sky, and also to the star cluster stronghold. The Martial King loose cultivators, who were even more numerous, carried all kinds of siege weapons and surrounded the star cluster stronghold like a tide. Kill in, take back our stronghold. Damn this star cluster stronghold. You are too shameless. If you have the guts, come out and fight with us. There were martial artists shouting and cursing everywhere. But inside the stronghold, no one spoke. Seeing the densely packed Wu Jun outside, Yifei was not stupid. How could he go out and fight at this time? Not to mention that there would be heavy casualties and there would be no benefits. Zhao Shinian had only gathered everyone's strength at the beginning of the battle to activate the defensive formation of the stronghold, and all the easiest positions to defend were all occupied by the Wu Jun in the stronghold. According to Yifei's order, they did not fight with the Wu Jun outside, but specifically targeted the ordinary martial kings besieging the stronghold. For a Wu Jun against a martial king, one move from Wu Jun could annihilate dozens or even hundreds of martial king loose cultivators. On the contrary, although there were many Wu Jun outside, they desperately attacked the stronghold, but the defensive formation of the star cluster stronghold was also very strong. Even in the face of dozens of Wu Jun's non-stop attacks, they could not break through the formation in a short period of time, let alone fight with the opponents inside. So in just a few breaths of the battle, Yifei's side was unscathed, but the enemy besieging the stronghold had lost nearly 1,000 people in an instant. This also made the loose cultivators besieging the stronghold become obviously flustered. Go Yidao was so angry that his teeth were clattering. For the first time, he regretted that he should not have built the star cluster stronghold so firmly. Chapter 744. Yifei makes a move seeing his subordinates die one by one. Go Yidao's heart ached so much that he wanted to chop Yifei into pieces. In the end, Go Yidao roared angrily and personally raised his machete to attack the defensive formation that he had painstakingly built. Boom, boom, boom. After all, Go Yidao was a 6th-level martial king. His attack still affected the defensive formation to a certain extent. However, Yifei's reaction was not slow. He immediately pointed at the spiritual stones piled up like a mountain and shouted, "Do you see those spiritual stones? Those are all yours. Someone wants to steal your spiritual stones. What are you going to do? Kill him. Make them scram. Roar." The eyes of countless martial kings in the Star Cluster Fortress turned red. What loose cultivators lacked the most were cultivation resources. For the sake of these spiritual stones, everyone started to go all out. They poured their quintessential origin energy into the array formation, regardless of the cost. The true origin of tens of thousands of martial kings could strengthen the formation of the Star Cluster Fortress. The formation that was operating at full strength also activated the rebound ability of the formation. Boom! Go Yidao chopped down with his machete again. While he damaged the formation, he was also knocked back by the rebound force and vomited blood. Most of the other Wu Jun who attacked also vomited blood. Some were injured, but most were angered. When he saw that the formation had not been cracked even after attacking for an hour, and that more than 3,000 of his subordinates had died, Go Dao was so angry that he could not help but cry. Yi Fei's sneak attack was too sinister and too shameless. This was the first time Go Dao had tasted the grievance and helplessness of hitting himself. Retreat. Hurry up and retreat. Finally, when the number of casualties reached 5,000, Go Dao's heart ached so much that he trembled as he spoke. He could no longer bear such heavy losses and hurriedly ordered his subordinates to retreat. This undoubtedly made Zheng Wei, who was watching the battle, furious. He immediately walked over and gave Go Dao a slap on the face. He angrily cursed, "Go Dao, who allowed you to retreat? Who allowed you to build such a strong defensive formation? Why are you still in a daze? Continue to attack. Even if all of your subordinates die, you must take down this fortress for me. Young master, spare me. I'm also very regretful that I built the defensive formation too strong. I beg you, let Lord Zheng do it." Go Dao begged pitifully. His subordinates were the most important to him. If a rogue cultivator leader did not have his subordinates, he would be nothing. At this moment, even if he wanted to curry favor with the Zheng clan, he did not dare to send his subordinates to die. Zheng Wei's face, "Young master, I don't believe it. I don't Dao, Dao. Yi Fei, I don't Dao, Dao. I'm Yi Fei Yao, Ao Yao. Don't worry, young master. It's just a defensive formation built by a group of rogue cultivators. No matter how strong it is, I can easily destroy it." Zheng Jing looked at the defensive formation in the distance with an arrogant expression. His face flashed with obvious displeasure. "Originally, I was planning to wait for Yi Fei to make a move. Then I would expose my power and take him down in one fell swoop. Who knew that I would have to make a move so soon? Rogue cultivators are just a group of lowly ants. No matter how many of them there are, they're still trash." Zheng Jing's words were directed at all the rogue cultivators present. Go Dao was not the only one whose expression changed. The other rogue cultivators, Wu Jun, were also furious. However, no one dared to refute him. After all, Zheng Jing's strength was obvious. A 10th-stage Wu Jun was already one of the top forces in the chaotic ocean. Boom! Zheng Jing quickly rushed towards the star cluster fortress and kicked the light barrier of the formation with a powerful kick. The light barrier shook violently from the kick, and a huge crack appeared on it. "Good, as expected of a 10th-stage Wu Jun Go Dao. What are you bunch of trash standing there for? Attack! If you can't break through the star cluster fortress, I will kill all of you." Zheng Wei was gloomy and proud. "You guys have some ability to force Zheng Jing to make a move so quickly. However, you will still die in the end." Humph! Go Dao pulled himself together and called out to his subordinates. "What are you guys standing there for? Take advantage of this opportunity and attack with all your might. We must take back the star cluster fortress." "Fortress Master, are we really going to attack? The Zheng family obviously doesn't treat us as humans. In their eyes, we are probably worse than dogs." One of Go Dao's subordinates couldn't help but remind him. Go Dao sighed and said fiercely, "What's the use of saying this now? Whoever dares to not attack will be the example." Go Dao raised his hand and slashed down. The subordinate of Wu Jun who had spoken was killed on the spot. Obviously, Go Dao planned to follow Zheng Wei to the end. After all, Zheng Wei had promised Go Dao that once the star cluster fortress was destroyed, not only would he join the Zheng family, but he would also betroth his sister to him. On one side was the leader of the itinerant cultivators, and on the other side was the son-in-law of the Zheng family. Of course, Go Dao knew how to choose. At the same time, Go Dao's brutality and the Zheng family's strength had shocked all the itinerant cultivators. They were forced to launch their most ferocious attack on the star cluster fortress. Rumble. Zheng Jing, who was in the air, also cooperated and kicked the defensive formation again. With his battle power of 2 million 10th level martial lords, he soon created even more cracks in the formation's barrier of light. "What's going on? Why can't the defensive formation stop him? Not good. It's 10th stage Wu Jun. The Zheng family actually sent 10th stage Wu Jun. Zheng Jing's attack and the cracks in the defensive formation finally made the people of the Star Cluster Fortress panic. If it weren't for Zhao Shunyan's prestige, many of the itinerant cultivators would have already fled for their lives. Yi Fei, what should we do now? Zhao Shunyan found Yi Fei. Sigh. I didn't think that in order to deal with us itinerant cultivators, the Zheng family would be willing to send 10th stage Wu Jun young Master Yi. We'd better run away. Many of the elders of the Star Cluster Fortress were frightened by the appearance of 10th stage Wu Jun. Yi Fei sneered. It's just 10th stage Wu Jun. As long as he has not reached the level of all-knowing, there is nothing to be afraid of. Master, I'll deal with that 10th stage Wu Jun. Leave the others to you. With that, regardless of whether they were the same or not, Yi Fei had already rushed out of the defensive formation like lightning, charging towards Zheng Jing, who was still attacking the formation. Zhao Shunyan couldn't help widening her eyes. Wu Jun 10th stage, Wu Jun 10th stage Wu Jun. Is this little uncle more powerful than my father? What? Brother Yi is only at the 3rd stage of Wu Jun. He dares to deal with 10th stage Wu Jun. Crazy, he's completely crazy. This young Master Yi is simply messing around. Does he really think he is one of those Central State geniuses? It's okay to challenge someone of a higher level, but he wants to challenge someone of 7 levels? Does he think 10th stage Wu Jun is made of paper? Chapter 745. The Clash of the Titans, however, Jing Wushou and the others had a different feeling. While they were still working hard to break through Wu Jun, Yi Fei was already able to challenge 10th stage Wu Jun. Comparisons are odious. Shifeng sighed as he held the Azure Dragon's sacred spear. However, he was soon kicked to the side by Jing Wushou and Long Gang. Get out of the way. Why are you sighing when you have a sacred tool? Don't affect our view of the battle. Jing Wushou and Long Gang rushed to the edge of the defensive light barrier, ready to watch this peak battle. The other Northern Region warriors were also chatting and laughing, as if they were not worried that Yi Fei would lose. This immediately made the elders of the Stellar Stockade sigh. Sigh. Not only is young Master Yi crazy, but why is there no one from the Northern Region who is normal? Amidst the discussions and the disbelieving gazes of the tens of thousands of enemies, Yi Fei quickly charged out of the Star Cluster Fortress and charged at Zheng Jing. This gave Zheng Wei and Go Yidao a fright. Is Yi Fei out of his mind? He actually dared to take the initiative to court death? That's not right. This Yi Fei has a combat power of 1,000,000. He's the same as those geniuses from Zhongzhou. He can challenge those with higher cultivation levels. Zheng Jing, you must be careful. Zheng Wei reminded him loudly. Hearing this reminder, Zheng Jing laughed disdainfully on the spot. Haha, a trash martial artist from the Northern Region wants to compete with those geniuses from the Central Region? Yi Fei, I have to say that you are very arrogant. I will give you a chance. Kneel before me immediately and hand over the inheritance of Glory Sect. Perhaps I will only turn you into a cripple and not kill you. Yi Fei didn't get angry when he heard that. He just looked at Zheng Jing's white hair, shook his head, and sighed. You've lived for so long, but you don't even know the basics of respecting your enemy. Ants may be small, but they can still move mountains. I might not be comparable to those geniuses of the Central State, but it's more than enough to deal with an old piece of trash like you. Shut your mouth, you bastard. You're only at the 3rd stage of Wu Jun, yet you dare to call me a trash. How dare you? I'll grind your bones to dust today. Zheng Jing flew into a rage upon hearing this. He had wanted to take advantage of his seniority in front of Yi Fei and intimidate Yi Fei with his 10th stage Wu Jun cultivation. Who would have thought that he would be humiliated by Yi Fei instead? He couldn't take it anymore. In the sky, a huge golden dragon suddenly appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was not a real golden dragon, but an illusion formed by Zheng Jing's leg shadows. Kill the unrivaled golden dragon. Roar, roar, roar. The golden dragon danced wildly like a divine dragon, swaying crazily. As Zheng Jing's footsteps landed, The void became like a balloon and became dented. It also confined all possible space for Yi Fei to dodge. This kick made the elders of the Stellar Stockade turn pale. They could feel the power of Zheng Jing's kick, even though they were standing on the ground. If Yi Fei were to be hit by this kick, wouldn't he die immediately? Strange, why didn't Yi Fei dodge? Zhao Shinian looked at the sky worriedly. If Go Yidao hadn't rushed up with his men, Zhao Shinian would have rushed out to help. Ha, dodge? Where are you going to dodge? Yi Fei, you may be a genius, but as long as you haven't grown up, you're still trash in my eyes. Zheng Jing's expression was cold. He was confident that this kick could seriously injure Yi Fei. After all, he was a 10th-stage Wu Jun with a combat power of 2 million. But this didn't mean that a low-stage Wu Jun couldn't defeat a high-stage Wu Jun. But such a situation would only happen to the peerless geniuses of Zhongzhou. Zheng Jing didn't think that such a genius would emerge from a group of northern region martial artists who were being chased around. We'll only know who's the real trash after we fight. Yi Fei looked at the descending golden dragon with a solemn expression, but he wasn't particularly afraid. Dazzling golden light was released from Yi Fei's body. He activated the war demon golden body and walked in the void like a war demon. He instantly broke free from the invisible suppressive force around him. Heaven's sealing sword. Yi Fei slowly drew his sword. His sword was very slow, but it was also very bright. It felt like the sun had parted the clouds. At first, it was inconspicuous, but soon it would shine brightly. Rumble. The sound of the sword whistled, forming a wide sword vortex. It stirred up the wind and clouds and collided with the golden dragon. Zheng Jing's expression suddenly became very ugly. He felt that his kick didn't land on Yi Fei's sword light, but on a thick piece of cotton. In the end, only 30% of his strength was used on Yi Fei. The remaining 70% was mercilessly weakened by the heaven-sealing sword. This was the most terrifying part of the heaven-sealing sword. It was also the reason why Yi Fei dared to face a 10th-stage Wu Jun roar. The golden dragon roared. It was destroyed by Yi Fei's sword, revealing Zheng Jing's somewhat battered figure. He looked at Yi Fei in disbelief. You're only a 3rd-stage Wu Jun. How could you block the attack of a 10th-stage Wu Jun? Aren't you an old trash? How did you become a 10th-stage Wu Jun? Yi Fei pretended to be surprised. Since this person didn't respect him, he didn't need to respect him. Boom! Since when did a 3rd-stage Wu Jun dare to speak to a 10th-stage Wu Jun like this? What a sharp-tongued, vile creature. Very good. You finally thoroughly angered this old man. Today, no one can save your life. Kill. 70% of his strength. The 18 golden dragon kicks. Zheng Jing's true yuan erupted, forming numerous golden dragons that were kicked out. There were a total of 18 golden dragons and 18 kick shadows that were incomparably violent as they kicked towards Yi Fei. This time, he used 70% of his strength. With such strength, even an 8th-stage Wu Jun would be severely injured by Zheng Jing's kick. What's more, there were 18 of them. 10th-stage Wu Jun is indeed frightening, but it's not impossible for me to defeat him. Feeling the exquisiteness of Zheng Jing's leg technique, Yi Fei's horizons were greatly broadened. The sword light in his hand didn't stop for a moment. The 12 primordial spirits in his body were frantically operating. One after another, spiraling sword light formed a total of 36 terrifying sword storms that swept towards the 18 terrifying golden dragons. In the blink of an eye, the sky full of golden dragons was infinitely weakened by Yi Fei's continuous sword light. Then, they exploded into scattered, true Yuan Qi currents. If the quality is insufficient, then make up for it with quantity. 10th-stage Wu Jun's attack is just SOSO. The sword light on Yi Fei's body was unceasing. Soon, a total of 72 sword vortexes were formed. They whistled around his body and prevented Zheng Jing from approaching. Zheng Jing felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He could launch 18 kicks in one go because he was a 10th-stage Wu Jun. His primordial spirit was already extremely powerful. But what was going on with this kid? He was only a third-stage Wu Jun. His primordial spirit should be very weak. How could he support the consumption of his primordial spirit by continuously using such a big move? It had to be known that Yi Fei's swordsmanship was able to weaken the enemy's attack. With a single glance, one could tell that it was an extremely fierce finishing move. Such a finishing move should consume a lot of true essence. So how could Yi Fei release it so easily? It was as simple as eating or drinking. Chapter 746. Forbidden Eruption. Kill him. I don't believe that a third-stage Wu Jun like you can overturn the heavens. Zhang Jing roared. Seeing that 70% of his strength was unable to suppress Yi Fei, he decisively increased his strength to 80%. Boom, boom, boom. The stomp of a 10th-stage Wu Jun with 80% of his strength was terrifying. Zhang Jing, who had unleashed his ultimate move, seemed to become even taller before everyone's eyes. He was like a giant walking in the sky, about to trample Yi Fei to death. Battle Demon Golden Body. When he sensed the increase in his opponent's strength, Yi Fei didn't hesitate to increase his own defensive power. He pushed the Battle Demon Golden Body to its limits. At the same time, the 72 sword vortexes revolving around him formed 72 terrifying sword lights that slashed towards Zhang Jing's stomp. Yi Fei, do you think that having so many sword lights will be enough? Don't forget that I am a 10th-stage Wu Jun. The difference between our combat strength is like heaven and earth. Rumble. The terrifying afterimages of his stomp continued to fall, forming countless terrifying golden light pillars that smashed Yi Fei's sword vortexes into pieces. After all, although the sword vortexes could weaken an opponent's attack, they could only weaken it by 70% at most. The remaining 30% was enough to crush Yi Fei's sword aura. Without this strange sword vortexes, let's see how an ant like you will be a match for me. Zhang Jing's final stomp shattered the sword vortexes that were blocking his path. At the same time, he kicked his right foot forward. A ball of light flickering with lightning appeared in the sky, carrying with it a destructive aura as it crashed towards Yi Fei's body. Great! That's the Zhang family's secret technique, the Thunder Light Kick. Zhang Jing, don't kill him yet. We still have to interrogate him about his inheritance. Zheng Wei reminded him loudly. Haha, don't worry, I won't kill him. However, I will cripple his arms and legs first. I'll let him know that angering a 10th-stage Wu Jun like me was the biggest mistake of his life. Zheng Jing's face was cold and indifferent. He had his hands behind his back, looking like a victor. He didn't notice that Yi Fei's eyes weren't filled with fear when he faced his Thunder Light Kick. Instead, they were filled with a strong desire to fight. The 10th-stage Wu Jun is indeed powerful, but you're still far from being able to cripple my limbs. Sky Destroyer Sword, Heaven Burial Style. Seeing that the Heaven Sealing Sword technique was no match for him, Yi Fei was forced to use the Sky Destroyer Sword, a great emperor martial art. His sword light became extremely slow. However, due to the attraction of Yi Fei's sword light, the entire world seemed to slow down. The lightning that was originally kicking towards Yi Fei actually stopped in midair and was easily dodged by Yi Fei. Take my sword as well. Devouring Sword Intent, Sky Devouring Style. Yi Fei suddenly roared. A pitch-black demonic sword instantly appeared behind him. Yi Fei's eyes were cold as he grabbed the demonic sword and slashed forward. The world in front of him was suddenly split into two. A huge black sword shadow appeared and tore the void apart. Oh no, that's an emperor-level sword technique. Could this be the legacy of the sage sect that he obtained? Tempest Kick. Zhang Jing's face turned serious for the first time. He kicked out with his left foot, causing a bolt of lightning to erupt. He kicked out with his right foot, causing a hurricane to erupt. As the wind and lightning collided, a huge ball of destructive light suddenly exploded in the sky, enveloping both of them at the same time. The most terrifying thing was that this ball of wind and lightning was controlled by Zhang Jing. He didn't have to worry about being injured by the explosion. On the other hand, Yi Fei felt like he was being enveloped by the wind and lightning the moment he was sucked in. He felt like he was about to suffocate. Is this the strength of 10th stage Wu Jun? The current me is indeed still far from 10th stage Wu Jun's strength. Yi Fei sighed softly. There was no dejection in his eyes. Instead, his battle intent intensified. It turned into a blood-red flame and burned Yi Fei's body. Path of the Gods of War, Power of Azura, Forbidden Zone, explode. Boom! Under the pressure of death, Yi Fei finally activated his strongest technique, the Power of Azura. The 12 primordial spirits in his body awakened at the same time. Instantly, Yi Fei was pushed into a terrifying state. This state was the forbidden zone of the primordial geniuses. Any genius who entered this state would have the ability to challenge those of a higher level. Yi Fei's combat power had already reached 1 million before he went out to sea. After he reached 3rd stage Wu Jun, his combat power increased by another 600,000. On this basis, Yi Fei could even activate the Forbidden Zone and challenge those of a higher level. In an instant, Yi Fei's combat power had increased to 2 million, which was exactly the same as 10th stage Wu Jun's. Sky Destroyer. As his combat power increased, Yi Fei's eyes became crazed. He was like a bloodthirsty demon. He raised the Burning Phoenix blood sword and slashed forward once again. A terrifying, destructive sword light suddenly covered the sky in front of him. Everyone felt as if the sky in front of them had suddenly been destroyed and turned into a completely empty zone. Of course, the wind and lightning balls that existed in the sky also disappeared along with the destruction of heaven and earth. Boom! The terrifying power of this sword and Yi Fei's aura, which had suddenly increased to the same level as Zheng Jing's, almost scared Zheng Wei and Go Yi out of their wits. 10th stage Wu Jun. Yi Fei actually had combat power that was comparable to 10th stage Wu Jun's. Zheng Jing looked at Yi Fei with a crazed expression and roared, 7th stage. How can you challenge those of a higher level than you? This can't be real. The strongest genius of the chaotic ocean can only challenge those of a higher level. I'll kill you. I must kill you. After seeing Yi Fei's talent, Zheng Jing no longer had any thoughts of capturing Yi Fei. Instead, he immediately decided to kill Yi Fei at all costs. Otherwise, if Yi Fei was allowed to grow, even if the Zheng family had 10 10th-stage Wu Juns, they wouldn't be able to withstand Yi Fei's fury. Kill. Tempest Kick. I'll send you to hell with my full strength. Zheng Jing's roar came from the sky, followed by rolling thunder and a terrifying whistling sound. 2 beams of light, one purple and one yellow, intersected in the sky like a pair of scissors that cut towards Yi Fei's body. Fight! I have the Azura battle body and the indestructible battle demon body. If I can't defeat him with these 2 constitutions, how can I face the true geniuses of the Middle Continent? I must win this battle. Boom! The power of the 12 primordial spirit Azuras erupted, forming a raging blood-red flame that enveloped Yi Fei's entire body. At the same time, the golden body of the battle demon circulated wildly within Yi Fei's body. It also erupted with a blazing golden light that enveloped Yi Fei. Even Yi Fei didn't notice that the 2 beams of light had actually turned from repelling each other to a strange equilibrium. On Yi Fei's left, the blood-red Azura power burned, while on Yi Fei's right, the golden body of the battle demon was blooming with dazzling light. Chapter 747. Win a resounding victory at the same time. Zheng Jing, the 10th level martial lord's feat of wind and lightning, also brought with them the power of strangulation. They ruthlessly kicked Yi Fei's body. Subconsciously, Yi Fei mixed the 2 strange energies together and pushed them forward. Boom, 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 boom. In front of the 2 of them, for strange forces collided fiercely. Yi Fei used the power of the war devil to defend, creating a round gold light cage in front of him. At the same time, Yi Fei used the Azura's power to counterattack. As he blocked Zheng Jing's wind lightning kick, his body burned with blood-red light. Suddenly, huge blood-red swords of light flew out of the golden light barrier like a storm. They formed a terrifying sword storm and instantly destroyed the wind and lightning energy in front of him. What's going on? The war demon body and the Azura body can be operated at the same time. The power of the two fused together has miraculously reached a balance between offense and defense. Yi Fei had a look of disbelief on his face. He had just thought of that idea by chance, so he gave it a try. Who would have thought that he would actually succeed? He had never thought that the Azura power and the battle demon golden body, these two extremely repulsive forces, could actually fuse together and unleash an even greater power. Could it be that this is the path I want to take in the future? Yi Fei's eyes flashed with excitement and coldness. He didn't care what had just happened. This was the best opportunity for him to strike back. Kill. Heaven Destroyer style. Boom. Moments after unleashing the terrifying sword tempest, another terrifying sword projection of destruction swept out, shattering the sky and shattering Zheng Jing's defensive true energy. Puff! A deep wound appeared on Zheng Jing's shoulder, almost cutting off his arm. Zheng Jing was scared silly. Just now, in order to kill Yi Fei, he had used up all the quintessential essence in his body. He thought that he would definitely be able to kill Yi Fei. In the end, Yi Fei was able to create a strange golden circle and block his strongest attack without being injured at all. Of course, this was not the most terrifying thing. What terrified Zheng Jing the most was Yi Fei's seemingly inexhaustible primordial spirit energy. This was what scared him the most. Is the successor of the Sage sect so terrifying? It's fine if his moves are terrifying, but the true essence in his body is also endless. It's even more abundant than our 10th stage Wu Jun. Not good. If we continue fighting, I'll be killed by this brat. Zheng Jing's expression was rather ugly. The thunderstorm leg was extremely powerful, but its consumption was also extremely terrifying. Almost every time he used it, it would consume a third of his soul power. In other words, Zheng Jing could at most release one more wind thunder kick before his primordial spirit was exhausted. On the other hand, Yi Fei had released so many powerful ultimate moves in succession, yet he was not even out of breath. The amount of Zhen Yuan in his primordial spirit was simply unimaginable. Of course, Zheng Jing would never have guessed that Yi Fei had a total of 12 primordial spirits in his body. Therefore, if he did not want to die, Zheng Jing could only turn around and run. In front of so many cultivators, in front of Zheng Wei and Go Yidao's dumbfounded gazes, a grand 10th level martial lord was only struck once by Yi Fei's sword. Yet, his face paled from fright and he fled. That speed simply surpassed the limits of martial lords. Damn, he actually fled. Yi Fei was a little stunned. He still wanted to continue fighting with Zheng Jing and continue to experience the feeling of two different powers fusing together. Who would have thought that Zheng Jing would flee after being injured? Where do you think you're going? 100 miles in an instant. Boom! Yi Fei directly released a primordial spirit and instantly chased after Zheng Jing, intending to intercept him. Seeing Yi Fei rush from the back to the front in the blink of an eye, Zheng Jing was so frightened that his face turned green. He's actually so strong. What kind of monster did I provoke? Damn it, I must escape. Left with no choice, Zheng Jing could only take out a strange jade talisman and crush it. Before Yi Fei could catch up, he had already turned into a flash of light and completely disappeared before everyone's eyes. Damn it, it's actually the 10,000-mile instant talisman. There are only a few of these in the Northern Territory. This Zheng Jing actually hid one. Yi Fei was very vexed. If he had known that Zheng Jing was so good at running, he wouldn't have wasted his primordial spirit chasing after him. However, Zheng Jing was a 10th stage Wu Jun after all. He could be considered a peak combat strength in the chaotic sea. It wasn't strange for him to have a life-saving treasure on him. Seeing Zheng Jing turn into a speck of light and completely vanish, Yi Fei hesitated for a moment. In the end, he decided not to chase after him. It was true that he had 12 primordial spirits, but when he fought with Zheng Jing, he had consumed 2/3 of them. With only 4 left, Yi Fei couldn't guarantee that he could catch up. Even if he did, he didn't have enough true essence to kill Zheng Jing. Sure enough, the higher a martial artist's boundary, the harder it is to kill them. Rather than wasting my primordial spirit chasing after that 10th-stage Wu Jun, I might as well capture that young Master Zheng Wei. Yi Fei turned around and coldly stared at Zheng Wei in the distance. Zheng Wei suddenly felt like crying. If he had known that Yi Fei was so terrifying, he wouldn't have come to capture a rogue cultivator. The worst was that Zheng Jing had actually forgotten to bring him along when he fled. Go Yi Dao, I'll give you an order. Take some people and help me block Yi Fei. As long as you don't die, I'll betroth my little sister to you. As Zheng Wei finished speaking, he took out a 10,000-mile instant talisman and crushed it to escape. Where do you think you're going? After suffering a loss once, Yi Fei absolutely wouldn't suffer a second time. As for the others, they were all standing 100 miles away. This was the best position to use the 10,000-mile instant talisman. Peng. After using one of his primordial spirits, Yi Fei arrived in front of Zheng Wei, who was 100 miles away. He raised his sword and chopped off Zheng Wei's arm that was holding the jade talisman. Ah, Yi Fei, how dare you chop off my arm? I'll definitely kill you. The Zheng family will definitely not let you off. What are you waiting for? Kill him. Kill him. Zheng Wei retreated in fear as he shouted at the surrounding Wu Jun. However, other than Go Yi Dao and Wu Jun of the Zheng family, they had no choice but to charge at Yi Fei because the young master of the Zheng family had died in battle and all their subordinates had to be buried with him. Go Yi Dao's subordinates, who were all Wu Jun's subordinates, stood rooted to the ground, not knowing what to do. They looked at Yi Fei in fear. It was fortunate that they had hesitated to take this step. This was because the moment Wu Jun of the Zheng family rushed over, Yi Fei took advantage of the fact that there were still 3 primordial spirits in his body that hadn't been used up to launch his final attack. Sky Burning Style, Sword Flame Meteor. Boom! Yi Fei finally unleashed all the quintessential essence in his body. The terrifying sword flame ignited the sky and formed a terrifying sword flame meteor. It mercilessly destroyed Go Yi Dao and Wu Jun of the Zheng family, who had rushed forward. Only Zheng Wei was left. He stared blankly at his dead subordinates and the exhausted Yi Fei, who was holding the Phoenix blood sword and walking over. Zheng Wei couldn't help but feel immense fear in his heart. Chapter 748. Ancient Sect. Ruined. Zheng Wei begged for mercy so quickly that even Yi Fei was caught off guard. Zheng Wei was a powerful Wu Jun and a young master of the Zheng family, yet he surrendered so quickly. Yi Fei hadn't been out at sea for long, so he didn't know that this was the rule of the chaotic sea. The strong were respected and the weak were prey to the strong. As long as they could live, even a powerhouse like Wu Jun would easily abandon their dignity. You want me to let you go? Then why don't you let the martial artists from the Northern Territory go? Now, I will take revenge for my dead brothers and sisters. Yi Fei thought of the 10th prince's dying words. Although those people were killed by the 10th prince, in the end, it was the Zheng family that forced the 10th prince into a corner. He had no choice but to kill them. Now that he looked at Zheng Wei, Yi Fei's heart burned with anger. He raised the Phoenix blood sword and was about to kill Zheng Wei. Don't kill me. I'm willing to give you a lot of spirit stones. I'm a young master of the Zheng family. My father will definitely take out a lot of spirit stones to redeem my life. Zheng Wei refused to give up. It wasn't easy for him to get to where he was today. He was a young master of the Zheng family. He still had a bright future ahead of him. How could he be willing to die like this? Sorry, but compared to spirit stones, I want your life more. Yi Fei coldly waved the Phoenix blood sword. The scene of the 10th prince's self-destruction kept replaying in his mind. The best way to forget about it was to kill Zheng Wei and resolve this obsession in his heart. Zheng Wei felt Yi Fei's killing intent and saw the Phoenix blood sword descend. He was on the verge of collapse. but he wasn't willing to give up. He used the last of his strength to roar. Yi Fei, I know a great secret. Don't you want to know the secret of Zhao Qianjun reaching the 10th stage Wu Jun in a year and destroying the world in a year? What? Reaching the 10th stage Wu Jun in a year and destroying the world in a year? While Yi Fei knew that Zhao Qianjun was extremely famous in the chaotic ocean, he had never thought that Zhao Qianjun would be so terrifying. Breaking through into the 10th level of the martial saint realm within a year was already very terrifying. Most importantly, Zhao Qianjun had actually stepped into the 11th level of the martial saint realm within a year, becoming an earth-shattering bigwig. Many of the Central State's geniuses would need to spend decades, or even centuries, to break through to the earth-penetrating realm. How could Zhao Qianjun break through in a year? He remembered that at the beginning Zhao Shinian had also mentioned this matter, but Yi Fei only thought that Zhao Shinian worshipped her father too much and was exaggerating. Now, looking at Zheng Wei's appearance, could it be that this was not an exaggeration? Could it be that such a thing really happened? Looking at Zheng Wei's trembling appearance, it was impossible for him to lie to himself. Shua! The phoenix blood sword abruptly stopped a centimeter away from Zheng Wei's neck. Yi Fei looked at Zheng Wei coldly and shouted, "Speak! What secrets do you know? Tell me everything." "I can tell you, but you have to promise to let me leave safely." Zheng Wei tried to negotiate with Yi Fei. Yi Fei's eyes suddenly turned cold. Puff! The phoenix blood sword directly pierced through Zheng Wei's other arm. "You don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me. Either you tell me, or I'll cut off your arm. You choose." "Yi Fei, you're a demon. You Northern Domain people are all demons." The pain made Zheng Wei's face twist. Losing an arm was already a huge blow to Zheng Wei. Now, no matter what, he didn't want to lose it again. Zheng Wei completely lowered his head. "Don't, I'll tell you." Zhao Qianjun was able to break through so quickly because he found the ruins of an ancient sect. As long as he entered it, he would be able to break through quickly. Ruins of an ancient sect? What kind of place is that? If there's such a place in the chaotic sea, why wouldn't I come out? Zheng Wei, you're not deliberately making this up in order to survive, are you? At this time, Zhao Shinian had also finished off all the resistance from Wu Jun and came over with a puzzled look on her face. Zheng Wei's gaze was incomparably complicated. Under the threat of death, he did not dare to conceal anything. "Of course you don't know. This secret was discovered by chance when I was investigating your background. As long as you let me go, I'll take you into the ruins of the ancient sect." Zhao Qianjun was able to cultivate to the earth-penetrating realm in 1 year. Maybe you can too. While Zheng Wei was speaking, Yi Fei had been observing him. He was surprised to find that Zheng Wei did not seem to be lying. Zhao Shinian also whispered to Yi Fei, "How is it? Can this guy's words be trusted? I'd rather believe it. Your father broke through to the earth-penetrating realm in 1 year, which is more exaggerated than many of the Central Province geniuses. This is clearly not normal," Yi Fei said in a low voice. Zhao Shinian glared at Yi Fei and kicked him. "You're not normal. No, you're abnormal." With that, Zhao Shinian's hostility towards Zheng Wei dissipated a lot. Yi Fei's face darkened. He did not know what to say. He simply did not say anything, and just allowed Zhao Shinian to capture Zheng Wei. Then, Yi Fei's eyes turned to Go Yidao's group of subordinates. These more than 10 people were all rogue cultivators, Wu Jun. When Go Yidao attacked, they did not move. Firstly, it was because the Zheng family did not treat them as people, which made them angry. Secondly, Yi Fei's terrifying strength had deeply shocked them. So when Yi Fei was interrogating Zheng Wei, they were too scared to move. Under the surveillance of Zhao Shinian and the others, there was no possibility of them escaping. "Speak, do you surrender or die in battle?" Yi Fei did not say anything superfluous and directly gave these two choices. These Wu Jun were very hesitant, but in the end they were not people of the Zheng family, and the actions of their leader Go Yidao had already made them bitterly disappointed. One of the oldest, Wu Jun, cautiously probed, "Young Master Yi, we're all rogue cultivators. Go Dao fought against you for glory and wealth, but we don't want to be enemies with you. If possible, please let us go." "Bastard, you still dare not surrender?" One-eyed, Elder Lu and the others were all furious when they heard this. The oldest Wu Jun said with a wry smile, "It's not that we don't want to surrender, but even if we rely on you, you may not be able to withstand the joint revenge of the three major sects and the Zheng family. At that time, won't we still have to die?" Yi Fei finally understood that this group of people did not run away or surrender, not because they were proud and arrogant, but because they did not have confidence in themselves. Their choice was not wrong. In the end, although Yi Fei led the stellar stronghold to victory, the strongest Zheng Jing still escaped. Once he escaped back to the Zheng family would certainly bring all their forces to retaliate. Not to mention that after the news spread out, the Sky Sword sect and Divine Dragon Island would certainly take action. At that time, facing the joint attack of the Zheng family, Sky Sword sect, and Divine Dragon Island, how could Yi Fei resist? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.